The time is 7:12 p.m. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Mayor and Town Council for March 12th to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm actually going to ask everyone to remain standing real briefly. We just want to acknowledge that our community lost somebody this week. Fred Callahan passed away late last night or early yesterday morning, however you want to look at it. And it's a tremendous loss to the community. Fred was a police officer for decades, served as town constable, and it's just been it'll be a tremendous loss for our community. So we wanted to take a moment of silence here for Fred, if that's okay. Thank you. Susan, would you mind doing the roll call, please?
Rico? Here. Here.
Here.
Eagle?
Here. Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Mayor Tristan?
Here. All right, moving along to approval of agenda. We did have one request from staff in regards to consideration new business item 11G, job description carpenter. I would like to entertain a motion to table that item to for future meeting.
So moves. Yeah, second.
Motion made by Councilor Plord, seconded by Councilor Mankey. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 11G will not be discussed tonight. All right. Any other changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
do we also, are we also making an amendment for Fred Callahan's?
No, we're just
resignation?
not
We're
going
still
to take
going-
action on that tonight.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, moving along in the agenda to presentations. Today we are getting a presentation from and our update from Central Connecticut Health District. So come on up. Nice to meet you first time.
Nice to meet you in person. It's been a long time since I've been in person in Newington.
Excellent.
So thank goodness that we're able to do this. So. Just waiting for the technology to work.
It's always the way.
All right. So this is our annual update to our member towns. My name is Charles Brown. I'm the health director for the Central Connecticut Health District. As you can see, a lot of our conversation tonight is going to cover a lot of the P's, prevention, promotion, and protection. General information for those of you who may not be familiar with the health district. We are the local health department that serves the towns of Berlin, Newington, Rocky Hill, and Wethersfield. We serve a combined population of just over 98,000 people. We were founded in 1996, so we've had 28 years of providing a real broad range of public health services within our communities, and we'll be touching on a lot of those as we go through. So we're one of 20 regional health departments in the state of Connecticut. So you can see us right there in the middle, that number 3. All of those, the light blue, are health districts in the state. So they're communities that band together to provide public health services as a health district. The yellows are municipal departments that are only one health department serving that. And then the white, which are a lot less than they used to be, are considered part-time departments. So they don't have a full-time health director that serves their communities. Our central office and our new clinical office are actually located in Rocky Hill. 28 South State Highway for our main office and 506 Cromwell Avenue is our new clinical space. We've got 15 full-time employees, and that includes several grant-funded positions as well. We've got over 50 active professional and lay volunteers that help us with a variety of tasks as we go through our work. We've got an oversight from 14-member Board of Health. That's made up of board members that are appointed by our member towns. So thank you for the appointments. I actually have at least one person from our Board of Health, Kevin Borup, with us today. We also have Dave Wimet, who is on our board from Newington, and we have somebody new who I've never actually met in person, Bill McCarthy. So I think, Bill, hey. So thank you for appointing a member. We do have an open position as well. So I would encourage you to scour the community for another person to help serve on our board. It's very important work. We appreciate our board members very much, and they are the voice of the community as our governing board for our agency. So we thank you for appointing them. We thank you for your service. So let's talk the bottom line first. So we just got done with our recent audit. Most recent is 22-23. So we'll talk revenues as far as what we bring in. This year was a little different than years past. In years past, the biggest contribution that we saw really came from our towns. This year, not so much, because we brought in a lot of money with grants. Those are COVID grants that are going to expire here probably within the next year and a half. In addition to the town contributions that we had, we also have program revenue. So that's from where we license restaurants, where we do inspections, we provide vaccinations, and we bill for insurance. So we had about $310,000 that came in from that program revenue into the agency. The grants, as I said, was actually the biggest component at $749,000, almost $750,000, and we see a small amount of interest income. Our expenditures were a little bit under 1.7 million. Biggest portions of our expenditures really does come down to our staff, our professional staff. We don't make widgets. What we do is we provide the services to the community, and really the majority of our expense goes into finding those people and having their expertise within the community. In addition to that, we had about 70,000 of professional and contract staff. Our program and operating expenses a little bit over 316,000. And just under 4,700 in other expenses. The good news is the revenues were greater than the expenditures, so we were in the black, and that's a good thing as far as the auditor is concerned. So the purpose of the public health agency, as I mentioned, there's a lot of P's when you deal with public health. So we look at how we prevent epidemics and spread of disease, how we protect against environmental hazards, how we prevent injuries, how we can promote and encourage healthy behaviors. We also respond to disasters and assist our communities as they recover from those disasters and assure the quality and accessibility of health services. For those of you who can see the cartoon, it's kind of funny. I say this every year. I wish I could go to the pharmacy and get an ounce of prevention. It would make my job a lot easier, but we got to put in the work to make that happen. So to go over a little bit the difference between healthcare and public health, because they are similar but different, and it's good to kind of point out because everybody's had an experience with healthcare. Public health, maybe not so much. So healthcare, their primary focus is really on the individual. The interventions that they use are the diagnosis and treatment of disease. The process that they use is the management of patient care to be able to bring them back, ultimately to return that individual to health. In public health, it's a little different. Our patient is the population as a whole. We use assessment, policy development, and the assurance of those policies as our interventions within the community. Our process includes systems management. So looking at the environment and what human behavior can affect the health of the community. And ultimately what we want is a healthy community as a whole, not to return that status, but to keep that status moving forward. The 10 essential services of public health had a little change over the past few years. So in the past, research has really been at the center of everything that we do. They've actually changed this nationally now to have equity be the center and focus through lens that we actually view all of the activities that we have. The 10 essential services of public health are really the basic public health program in statute for the state of Connecticut. So it really guides what we do at the local level. So let's dive into a little bit of how we do this. So when we look at preventing epidemics and the spread of disease, the biggest piece that we have here recently since COVID has been the addition of an epidemiologist to our staff. So every week we actually send out an epidemiology report that covers all of the infectious diseases that are of note within the community to provide each of our town managers, our superintendents, and town staff with information so that they can make proper decisions as to what's going on within our communities. So that data surveillance element and that epidemiological function of really doing that disease detective work really is crucial to help prevent the spread of disease as a whole. And those diseases can be respiratory viruses like COVID, influenza, RSV, which has been a major factor here over the last year and a half, but includes things like sexually transmitted infections, opioids, and even mental health outcomes. We follow things like foodborne illness, tick-borne diseases, and we've recently been doing a lot of work with our school nurses. So our epidemiologists and our public health nurse have actually brought all 4 of our districts together to be able to talk about what defines an outbreak within the school setting so that we can standardize our approach and be able to kind of look at our data across all 4 systems to be able to make things a little easier to respond. In addition, they've also worked with our regional and statewide local epidemiologists to standardize their approach to data reporting and how we actually use the information that we gather. Our environmental health section is the foundation of really what we do. They really are the regulatory arm, and we really have a strong team in place. They do over 1,500 food service, temporary events, septic pool, motel, hotel, annual inspections for salons every year. And that's with 4 sanitarians and a supervising sanitarian. So that's a lot of work. In addition to that work that's out there in the field, they do plan reviews, permits, and inspections for septic systems, water supply wells. Most of our folks in the community, if they have an interaction with our staff, a lot of times it's with the environmental health folks. They also respond to a lot of complaints. In 2022, we actually responded to 223 different complaints, where we had to work with different agencies like the state attorney's office, the State Department of Public Health, local social services often, and it really addressed really complex issues with housing and hoarding especially. Our community health division is really kind of the fuzzy folks, I like to say, within our agency. They're really out there looking for opportunities to do health promotion, really looking at how they can do prevention within the community itself. So everybody knows when Public Health Week is, right? Okay, I figured everybody can know. Come on. It's the first full week of April. So the first week of April, we actually go through and we spend a lot of time talking about public health and activities within the community. One of the things that community health has done in the past has actually been to bring our communities together to talk about, items that affect all of us. We have a grant, the Preventive Block Grant, that really focuses on chronic disease prevention. And that piece really looked at how we fuse prevention through policy changes. One of the things that we did several years and we talked about was to bring all the planners, town planners within all 4 towns and walking enthusiasts and people that were interested in active living together to have a conversation about complete streets. So complete streets is a policy where, it's not just the cars that use the roads, it can be bicycles, it can be folks walking, and it's a much more active policy to be able to allow those things to happen. So we brought them together here in Newington, actually, to have that conversation. And as a result of that conversation, a couple of our communities actually enacted the complete streets as a policy for their town. Rocky Hill or Weathersfield was the first one. Rocky Hill was one to follow. They have since put in for a grant and received it to do major changes along the Silestein to study that. And I know that the capital region is also working with Newington, working with you folks as well, to look at doing similar things here along the Berlin Turnpike. That's an important function because we see a lot of pedestrian deaths. We see a lot of folks that are walking in places that aren't safe. And the ability to take those policy changes in step really has an impact upon public health in the communities for decades to come. So we do a lot of prevention through health promotion. Coming up here in May, we have our Walk This May walking competition. We've had over 600 residents that have participated in that walking competition. Last year, Rocky Hill won both categories. But for most participants and for the number of steps that they did. Newington, you were really tight with that. So I expect you to step it up this year, literally, to be able to make sure that trophy can adorn, because it's a rather large trophy. You can see it hefted up there and it's got a gold size 13 shoe on top of it. It should be the engine of every mayor.
It's real gold.
Within the-
Real gold, yeah.
Exactly. One of the other things that you see around the communities are bike repair stations. So we actually have a couple bike repair stations here in Newington that the health district has provided to each one of our towns, so that people have the opportunity to be able to fix their bikes and use them appropriately within the community. So we thank the town for actually taking that equipment and making it available. So what a lot of folks know us about, and from some volunteers that we deal with in Newington, we thank Newington very much because your CERT team helps support our flu clinics every single year. So we do mass vaccination clinics in October. 3 main goals that we do really are preventing influenza morbidity, mortality, practicing for a public health emergency, which was a critical function prior to COVID. If we had not done these clinics and had the volunteers in place, being able to respond to do vaccinations during COVID would have been exponentially harder. But we had plans that were tested and in place, volunteers that were trained and had the ability to pivot towards COVID very easily. Not so easily, but at least we had the ability to do that without starting from a blank page. We also provide some revenue from the agency, as I mentioned during the beginning of the presentation. So we do bill insurance where we can, but we never turn anybody away that needs a flu shot. The COVID vaccinations, during COVID, we did 38 clinics and numerous homebound folks. So we really do search out the opportunity to be able to address the most vulnerable folks within the community to ensure that they have the health services that they need. We have our Putting on Airs program. This is a home, an asthma program that we have an asthma educator and environmental specialist that will do home visits and inspections where a child specifically has asthma that may not be well controlled. So we get referrals from medical providers. We go out, do a conversation, an assessment of the home to find out if there are triggers. And then we do, a lot of education on their asthma management plan. So we've seen over the past 10 years, a lot of changes in how asthma gets addressed. So that home visit, because a lot of times a provider doesn't have time to really go into these things, and the home visits really can make a huge difference. Our clinical health services is our newest division that we have. It's only been a couple of years old now since we've opened the clinic. They do immunizations as well, but it's more along the lines of that one-to-one. So they do child, adult, senior, and high dose and for influenza. They assist in our mass vaccination clinics. And they do appointments even beyond that. So we've had calls here recently for more COVID vaccines, and we're partnering with a pharmacy to be able to provide those types of vaccinations. And we're possibly going to continue to do that here in the fall. In addition, they do education on the CT Whiz program, which is the immunization registry. So where you get a shot, the state records that information, and you can actually bring that up. So it's important that people understand how to access that information, and our clinical health services folks do the training for residents to be able to gather that. In addition to that, we do a lot of testing and screening. We've done a few rapid PCR COVID testing. Unfortunately, we had a lot of COVID tests, and then they gave out a lot of home COVID tests. So we didn't end up doing a lot of PCR testing. We did actually have to respond to one of the municipalities and did a number of tests for their staff. But we also do tests for hepatitis C antibody screenings, and we do a lot of blood pressure screenings. As a matter of fact, yesterday we had a blood pressure event at our clinic as well. One of the last things that I'll bring up is our response to the opioid crisis. So CCHD has really been the convener of the local response agency in our towns. We currently have work groups that address prevention, response, and recovery. And we've been awarded an additional grant to work regionally with other local health departments to use data to assist people suffering from addiction and their families. This was a grant that Hartford had put in, and we partnered with them. So we're working regionally to be able to see what we can do to help data aspects of this and how we can share that information with our recovery coaches that are out on the Berlin Turnpike, trying to meet people where they are in their path to recovery. So as we prepare for the future, I'd like to highlight the fact that our board really did a good job. They've adopted a strategic plan for our agency that'll run us through 2028. This happened back in January. So that was big there. We've currently finished a community health assessment as part of that strategic planning process. And we're going to be engaging both the town manager and folks from the community in our health improvement planning as we move forward to prioritize kind of where we're going in the future. Part of that is going to be in community conversations. So the first one is actually going to be during public health, where we're going to talk about what public mental health really looks like. So that community engagement piece is really critical so that we can ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our residents. Our last words are always thank you. So thank you to our member towns, thank you to the public. And, you know, I'm sit here ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Brown. Yeah, Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, for being here and for all the work you and your staff do. Critically, just had a few quick questions. You talked about vaccination. Emily, do you have data just in general at a higher level of compliance or cooperation, participation with vaccination? And related to that, I know on occasion I've seen news reports in other parts of the country, not here, I don't think, about measles, for example.
Yeah, measles
Is that a concern here? And is our vaccination cooperation or compliance pretty good, or do you have data on that? And are we concerned about outbreaks?
I will say it's pretty good. It could be better. So we've had just in the last few years the religious exemption that was repealed by the state for vaccinations. So here we have a cohort since they repealed that's moving their way through the school cycle as far as that's concerned. From that point forward, they won't have that exemption. So our rate should be increasing. One thing that having an epidemiologist allows us is really to look at where those areas that we have that may be lower than others. And there are some schools within the 4 communities that we have that we're already starting to reach out to say, is there a way that we can assist with increasing the vaccination rates? Measles is a big concern. Nationwide, it's something that I think folks have forgotten what measles can really do and the impact it can have on an individual, but also on a community. It does not take very much exposure to someone who has measles for it to spread very quickly. Recently, they actually had an infected person at a hospital in California where over 300 people were exposed. So, it takes a lot for us to be able to respond to that. We're actually have a meeting next week that we have every other week with the State Department of Public Health that's going to focus on measles itself and what would happen if we do get a case within the community, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. Thank you very much for the work around opioid crisis. I'll defer to those at the table who are more knowledgeable about that, especially the fentanyl crisis. And also, just if I understood you correctly, I think in response to Complete Streets, we're proud at this table that we've taken action recently to participate with our contiguous towns to allocate monies to research on the turnpike and decrease, hopefully, injury and death and increase utilization of the transportation hub relative to DOT's position right in town. So thanks again for everything.
Well, I would definitely say I appreciate that. The fact that DOT is on the turnpike should be a showcase for what can be done as far as active transportation and the integration of that with, regular motorized transport. So, I really was super excited when that came through. And I look forward to working with the town in any capacity that we can to make that transition or that program work. We're there.
Thank you. Councilor Madrigal.
Yeah, I'm just curious, you indicated that you do about 1,200 inspections a year for, pools and restaurants and facilities, whatever.
Yep.
How many, I guess in total, how many are there to be inspected versus what you're able to cover?
So, it varies. So 1,500 total inspections, I believe was the number. So we have a little over, I believe, 500 different restaurants, for example, of varying degrees. We have several motel hotels that we inspect, salons, things of that nature. So all told, it depends upon the type of restaurant, how often that it gets inspected. So you may have, a coffee nook inside of a convenience store that may only get inspected once a year. Where if you have a full service restaurant that's doing a variety of things, they get inspected at least 4 times a year. So it really does vary depending upon the type of agency that you have, the type of service that they provide, and ultimately because we're dealing with the FDA food code now, it's on the risk that it would provide to the community. So if they are doing something that has more risk, we spend more time in that particular establishment.
So it sounds like you're relatively caught up. I mean, it's not.
I wouldn't say that we're caught up. I would say that COVID right now, we're catching up. But COVID, with what we had to do during that time frame, was prioritize where the most risk was. So there are probably some class 1 establishments that are only supposed to be seen once a year that we may not have seen in a couple of years. But we're working that backlog down. One of the big challenges that we've had within public health across the state is the graying and the impact of COVID upon the workforce itself. So we've seen a lot of environmental health staff that have departed, retired, that, it was too traumatic to be able to go through that process. And we've had to bring in new people to replace them. So just today, our youngest inspector that has been with the agency has been going out to get certified on food. So they're working with the state and having a state personnel to be able to certify them to assure that they can do those inspections. So we'll have a full staff, hopefully by next week. They'll be certified and I'll have all of my staff able to be out there doing those inspections and catching up even more.
Do you do food trucks as well?
Yep, do food trucks. We do temporary events as well. So, our folks are out there every single day conducting inspections.
And I don't know, maybe this isn't the place to ask this, but it seems the theme of the night, we're talking about budgets.
Mhm.
And you indicated that, has the rate per capita gone up? You said it was $7 per person?
It's currently at $7.75.
Okay.
And our board is in the process of completing their budget process. So we'll be able to get to the towns what our per capita rate total is.
Because I noticed in our budget, you did a 10% increase.
Yeah,
So does that
I
sound
believe it's probably
relatively-
going to be less than 10%.
That's the typical placeholder we put in until we have the.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Councilor Nagel.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to see you, Charlie. Over the years, we've had contact. My wife and I have been able to help and being here as a council, been able to go to the to the state to help the local health district in various different ways.
Yep.
And good to see you in person. My nephew's son, who started with you, you took him in to do some mentoring when he was in college, is now working in a neighboring health district. So I appreciate, and others should appreciate, really what you do and what your department does over the years, and that it always seems to expand. Every time we meet, there seems to be something that I'm not aware of and the public may not be aware of. That's an essential thing that you and those around you do. Could you emphasize a little bit more about how the town specifically is working with you? I'm noting specifically, and it came up at a senior center meeting the other night, a program that the senior center is working with you to inform seniors. And also, if you could talk a little bit more about the addiction grant process that you're going through and how Newington is connected.
So, we've been lucky to work with Jamie in the senior center, when COVID was going around, as far as that was concerned, looking at trying to increase vaccination rates among vulnerable populations, seniors being one of them. So, there was a grant that actually we worked with the town to be able to put in. And our folks actually are out there trying to beat the bushes, trying to be able to get more people out there to get vaccinated every year. It's a challenge. I think the senior population as a whole is probably better than a lot of the younger folks at getting that vaccine every year. But COVID we see is very challenging. So we've been working very well with the towns with respect to that. In addition to the vaccination piece, working with around opioids. So we've actually done Narcan training and are planning to do Narcan training in the future here in Newington at the senior center to be able to counteract overdoses. So education on both opioids, fentanyl, and to provide actual Narcan at the end of that training. So that's going to be targeted at the senior population. We're also going to be doing, those types of programs for all of our residents. We currently, or here recently, we had one in Rocky Hill that we had, I believe, about 50 folks in. And then in addition to that, our recovery coach and our public health nurse actually trained the senior class at CCSU for their nursing program on opioid response and Narcan. So we were able to educate about 62 future nurses in this process. So we do work very closely with the communities. I think that our clinical health services really been key at being able to work with folks and meet them where they're at.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, you mentioned about measles becoming more and more prevalent in the area. I've heard of other illnesses and viruses in different parts of the country, and that even some cases of in neighboring areas, young people contracting viruses or illnesses that we thought just had gone away. What other diseases or viruses do you see increasing aside from what you've already mentioned? And is there something you could suggest just in general to mothers and fathers, the populace at large, to look out for and to do?
Well, in general, I think following the vaccination schedule, assuring that the children are vaccinated when they're supposed to be for what they're supposed to be, working with the medical providers to assure that that happens. During COVID, I think there was a lot of folks that got off schedule. So being able to assure that they're vaccinated for what we can protect them for. We're always on the lookout for that next emerging infectious disease. The things that we worry about, today are similar to what we've looked at in the past. The potential for an avian flu to be able to make that jump across, into that human barrier. So there's, here in the last year, we actually had quite a bit of bird flu that took out a lot of flocks with the poultry here in the state, here in the United States as a whole. having that type of disease migrate into migratory birds to be able to get into that reservoir and then ultimately, mutate to be able to actually affect humans more effectively is one thing that we look at. The biggest asset that we have in our agency right now to be able to combat that is our epidemiologist, because they're trained to be able to look at the data, and that's their job, is to help to identify those threats that may come in the future. We were very lucky, or I won't say lucky during COVID, but we were looking at, the disease as it started to really affect China. And the January prior to, 2020, in that March 2020, they actually declared the pandemic, but we were talking to town managers in January to say, you need to look at your human resource policies. You need to look at how you're going to protect your community. And the reason for that is because we're always looking over the horizon. That epidemiologist function is really a key factor in that.
How do the general populace or individuals go about if they wish to contacting you or going through the town in terms of if they see a consistent violation, say the town for something that they think is health dangerous, and indeed also the whole idea if they think they know someone or want some information about a specific virus or illness? Do they go to you or do they go through the town manager, or what's the process?
They can come directly to us. They can go to the town manager, and we have a good, communication process. But they can feel free to call our office. Our number is 860-785-8380. And then depending upon what they're trying to find, we'll get them to the right place. Our website also has a ton of information. The weekly epidemiology reports that I referred to, those get uploaded every week. So the ability to track that information and to be informed. One of the best ways, and I've said this for years, to protect ourselves against disease is that cover your cough, get vaccinated, stay home if you're sick. We saw during COVID what those basic precautions can really do to really limit the infection within a community. It still exists today. It's the best way for us to be able to protect both ourselves, our families, and our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and a lot of information about the myriad services that you provide. I think I join all of us in just expressing our thanks for everything that you do on behalf of our residents. I actually just recently, it's funny you mentioned the bike repair stations, because I went by one in town and I thought, isn't that awesome? Where did that come from? And so I did a little searching and I saw that it was your agency, and I was so happy about that. Because I know, myself, I use one of those bike routes often, and I know a lot of friends that do as well. So I saw your stuff right in action, which was really exciting.
I'm very happy, and my community health team will be ecstatic about
Good.
hearing about that.
It was really, really exciting. It was cool. I just have a couple questions for you. So you mentioned in that weekly report that's released, and you spoke a little bit more exhaustively about your work on opioids and the opioid crisis. And you also mentioned data on mental health outcomes. How is that data compiled? Could you talk a little bit more about that, and how it's expressed, whether it's qualitative data or quantitative data, how that's put together?
Yep. So we gather data from a variety of data sources, most of them from the state of Connecticut. With respect to opioids, there's a few systems that we provide. One of them is Epicenter that actually gets information from the hospitals in real time to be able to provide, that information to the local level. So it'll tell us about overdoses within the community, hospitalizations, mental health outcomes are also included in that particular data set. We also have OD Map, which takes information from the Connecticut Poison Control Center to be able to pinpoint where overdoses happen within the community. That information we actually take and use to help guide our recovery coach in where they should really be. Because if you look within the communities, you can see some points that light up, like very easily. But over time, what we've seen is everybody says, oh, it's the Berlin Turnpike, it's the Silas Deane Highway. What we've seen is the areas that are lighting up recently go into the suburbs. So how we interact with the community and how we address that really gets targeted by the data that we see. So if it's happening more, outside of those main thoroughfares, how do we actually reach out to the folks that need that information? So that's one of the ways we actually have an opioid coalition that we share that information with. Our social service folks within Newington and all of our 4 towns are part of that. And we use data really to drive that conversation about where and how we should act.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Another question I had, you mentioned the kind of asthma management program, the home visits. I think that's just such a wonderful service that you provide. One thing I was curious about was you mentioned this is based on provider referral. Is that just primary care physicians? Is it school nurses? Where do those referrals come from by and large?
They can really come from anywhere. Primarily, we're seeing them come from the medical folks, so the folks that have diagnosed people with uncontrolled asthma. We have a close connection with hospitals like CCMC, and with Hartford Hospital and other private providers as well. Our asthma health educator and our putting on airs coordinator has spent a lot of time making relationships with the providers, making them understand what the program is so that they can appropriately refer folks to it. It's not an easy program because it really does require 3 separate visits with an individual to be able to assure that they're following that asthma management plan and that they have gotten the resources to really address the triggers within their environment. So, we've been working at this probably for over 10 years. The grant itself is going to be coming up again. Hopefully we can continue working with that, but the connections that we've made within the community, I think, are going to continue regardless.
Great. Is there any kind of drop off? You said there's 3 visits. Do some folks do that first or second visit and then
drop off?
Is it significant?
It's been challenging, especially after COVID. To be able to get people to do that. And a lot of times it's the demographics of the population we're serving. So folks that, may not have a lot of resources. And, taking the time off of work to be able to meet somebody where they're at, to talk about what's going on. It can be challenging. So we've been very flexible with how we actually make those visits work. Using technology has been one way to assist with that, to where it's not necessarily a face-to-face, but if they can do it virtually and still get the outcome and the information that's needed, we do take care of that.
Great, great. Now you mentioned also these community conversations that might come up, and one around mental health needs.
Yep, that's going to be our first.
Up in April. Wonderful. What happens with the findings from those conversations? How are they integrated into the work that you do and your models and so on?
So as part of our strategic plan, we're actually going to be providing these conversations, asking a lot of questions and getting input from the community. And we're going to take that, what happens at that session, create a report, and then that report is going to go back to help inform our community health improvement.
Great, wonderful. I just have 2 more questions, if I may.
Good.
Another one was, so one of our departments in their discussion of their budgetary assets, topical, spoke a little bit about the increased cost for Narcan. I actually was going to ask you, and you'll hear from Deputy Mayor Rada, who knows certainly a lot more about this than probably the far majority of us. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that increased cost? Is that something you're facing? What is that trend like, and what's driving it, just in your expertise in this public health area?
So, we fortunately have been getting our Narcan that we provide through relationships with regional behavioral health agencies. So Amplify, We've actually been able to get Narcan from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services through grants and our relationship with them. So, you know, up to this point, we have not had to purchase Narcan because those agencies have allowed us to do that. I will say that, you know, as the cost of Narcan goes up and availability, you know, may not be there, it will have an impact upon morbidity and mortality based on, you know, just the life-saving availability of that drug. It is amazing to see someone come back that has been administered Narcan, and to give them another opportunity to really live and recover from that substance use disorder. So I do think, you know, and I really would urge anybody to advocate on behalf of availability of that drug, both at the state and local level, to ensure that, you know, we can respond appropriately where needed. We're doing everything we can to try to get it out there to the communities as broadly as we can.
Amen. And we thank you for that. And the last question I had, you mentioned some work that the agency does around disaster relief and recovery. Does that include advising municipalities on the creation of disaster preparedness plans and things like that? Do municipalities often call in your expertise when they're crafting plans like that?
Yep.
And how do you contribute, I guess?
So we have an emergency preparedness coordinator that actually works with the emergency managers within 4 towns to help integrate what our public health emergency response plan is into the local emergency operation plans. So, you know, Jonathan, who's our emergency preparedness coordinator, really does, when he's making changes, he does talk to the emergency managers. And part of what we do, as I mentioned in our flu vaccinations, is to be able to test those plans. We've been testing our plans for over 20 years now as we develop, and they've changed significantly. Prior to COVID, drive-through clinics was something that, you know, we had not done. We've probably done 1 year before COVID, but that became an integral part of our plan when you have to do social distancing. And so those types of planning efforts and testing the plan, that process is really key. But we work with all 4 of our towns. Newington is actually the home of our point of distribution for, you know, prophylaxis for any types of mass vaccination or mass dispensing of pills if we were to have, say, an anthrax. So we work very closely with Newington to be able to make sure that that site is operational, that we can operate within it, and that it's accessible to us when we might have a need for it.
I think that's it, Mr. Brown. I really appreciate it. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Or Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, thank you for coming yet again to give us all of this information. It's so important, and I don't think many of us know enough about what you all do.
This is why we come every year.
Yeah, well, we'll have you back more often if
Anytime.
you'd like. Hearing you say meeting people where they're at, I currently am working as a community outreach nurse and at a local harm reduction organization. So we are fortunate also to be able to give out Narcan. We have the injectable, not the EpiPen type, but
Right.
injectable plus the nasal, which is the primary form that most people are comfortable with.
Yep.
And we're able to give that out free of charge. You know, how long we'll be able to do that, who knows? But right now,
Yeah.
we have that resource, and I'm really happy about that. I'm very interested in the work of the recovery coach. I know a lot of what goes on the Berlin Turnpike, the Silas Dean pockets here and there, because we not only have stationary programs, but also
Yep.
mobile units as well. So I'd really like to hear a little bit about what he or she is doing, and about the statewide connections
Yep.
in terms of substance use disorder and opioid crisis.
So Sarah Piatti is our recovery coach currently. So she's been with us for a few years now. She's a person of lived experience. So she's gone through training, and she's a little different than a recovery coach that you see in a hospital. So hospitals get kind of that direct referral, where she's really out in the field.
So is she more of a,
Mobile.
recovery support specialist? I know we have some folks that work with us that have that certification.
Yep, she's gone through that certification
Okay.
process. So Sarah is primarily working, as I mentioned, where we see the hotspots in the community. So we use that data to be able to target her activities. She spends a lot of time, in the motels, in areas, in restaurants. Spends a lot of time, looking to be able to get people to the appropriate resources, what that they need. A lot of times at Dunkin' Donuts, just to provide a cup of coffee and the ability to meet somebody kind of where they're at in that particular moment. And to be able to try to see if there's a path to improve their condition. We are part of that harm reduction strategy as well. So not everybody is going to be ready for recovery at a particular point, as you are aware.
Right.
So we really try to meet them where they're at. Here recently, we were lucky to have a connection with folks in Rocky Hill that unfortunately lost a family member due to an overdose. And they provided us with fentanyl test strips. They provided us with socks, warm clothing, and things of that nature. And we put those together in packets to be able to provide to Sarah so that she can meet people who are out there in the community, in the weather. Be able to say, here, do you need some gloves? Do you need something that's going to help you? And oh, by the way, I've kind of been where you've been. Do you want to talk about maybe how you can reduce your use or how you can address your condition? So Sarah has been very good with respect to that. She does report through our statewide opioid response grant to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. So our data goes up as far as our touches, how many people we actually contact gets reported up to the state. And we have a lot of conversation about how we can improve the numbers that we see. We have a quota of about 100 touches a year. We exceed that quota every year, which is both fortunate and unfortunate.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. It's tough work, all the work that you do. It has its difficulties, and we're looking at moving targets, but I want to thank you, and I'll have to reach out and get more information.
Yeah, please. I'd be happy to connect you with our clinical health services supervisor, Lisa Coakley, with Sarah herself. They can explain a lot better exactly how they can do the things than I can. I'm extremely proud of our staff with what they do, with how passionate they reach into to be able to serve the needs. I couldn't be a luckier person.
And that takes a tremendous amount of work to develop those trusting relationships. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I want to thank you so much for coming out tonight. It's been great to meet you for the first time and in person. And we thank you for so much for all the work that you do. We know it's, like you said, you have a small number of people who do a lot of work, and we very much appreciate it. It's important work. So we're grateful for that.
Well, I will say that Newington wins the prize because this is my last presentation for our 4 towns, and you asked the most any of the towns that we visited. So a great engagement. I'm very happy to come back anytime that you're curious about the things that we can do. Always happy to provide that information and spend the time, though I know that on the agenda it's kind of tough. I speak fast for a Southerner, but you guys have got a lot of work to do.
So we could talk the talk, now we have to walk the walk and win that trophy.
Yeah, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Leadership.
Yeah.
That's Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. It's a challenge accepted.
Okay, and I will be reaching out to you. We do have a meeting coming up next week with the commissioner from public health that I'd like you to attend.
Absolutely, certainly. Thank
Okay.
you, for sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
very much.
Good seeing you again. Moving on in our agenda, we are now up to public participation in general. If you would like to speak in public participation, you can feel free to come onto the desk. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. We just ask that you state your name and address for the record. Anyone in the room interested in speaking in public participation? Oh, I see we have one on Zoom. Go right ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I have to admit that I didn't look at the whole packet, but I see on the agenda that you have the Permanent Municipal Building Committee or Commission and the John Wallace Middle School Building Committee. I've been watching off and on, and I hope when you're talking tonight that you explain a little bit more to me, because I'm totally confused as to what is going to happen with John Wallace Middle School. I know the Permanent Municipal Building Commission or Committee, whatever it was called, has been discussed over and over again, and I know that you had some thoughts about having John Wallace separate. If you could just explain a little bit when you're discussing it, the history on this, so that a few years from now when people go back and look and see how this came to be, that they know how it came to be. The other thing that I haven't looked at either, I have to be honest, is the IT budget. But one of the main things, or the top thing that residents were unhappy with the survey that we paid for, as to what the residents thought about the services with the town, was the town website. The previous town manager, Mr. Hutka, had told me that our IT department was working on it prior to us going out to professionals to see what they could do to make it better for the residents and for, I'm sure, the town workers as well. I hope that that's something that's going to be looked at. And also, it's very, very difficult to watch, especially TPZ these days, where staff is trying to run the Zoom meetings, trying to put up slides, trying to listen to the commissioners, trying to answer questions that are being fielded towards them. I do wish that, and if IT doesn't like my idea, that's fine by me, but it's too bad that you can't have someone assigned to these meetings if this is the way it's going to be. It's very difficult watching NCTV, and I've talked to you about that before, and I know you're aware of the problems and so forth. I myself tried to get in on the Zoom meeting earlier, and I used the webinar ID off the town's agenda, and it was one number off. So I did get on, as you know, because I'm talking to you now, but I hope the IT issues and NCTV issues are also something that you're looking into during this budget season, because it really needs to be changed somehow to make it more user-friendly, in my opinion. Thank you very much, and good luck. You have a long road ahead of you.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to comment on public participation? Seeing none. Moving along to remarks by councilors on public participation. Anybody have any thoughts or comments? Councilor Port.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say to Ms. Lyons' point about the website, I think we're all very conscious about folks' concerns with the website, and have even struggled perhaps on our own end with getting through the thicket of the website earlier today. Yes. And so it's something we're very conscious of, and I certainly would like to look at it within our budgetary, restraints in this discussion that's going to happen over the next month. It's definitely something that I'm interested in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Port. Any other remarks by councilors? Right. Seeing none, we're going to move on to consideration of old business. Item 7A, Permanent Municipal Building Commission. As you recall, at our last meeting, and several meetings prior, we've been discussing this for a little while, and we ultimately decided that it made the most sense to move forward with a subcommittee dedicated to addressing changes to the ordinance. So we have gone ahead and created a resolution establishing one of those. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you mind reading the resolution, please?
Certainly. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby establishes a permanent building committee ordinance review subcommittee composed of 3 members to review and propose changes to Chapter 8, Boards, Committees, Commissions, and Bureaus, Article 12, Permanent Municipal Building Commission. The committee shall work to propose changes to the ordinance, including but not limited to powers and duties, membership composition, and procedures for approval by the town council. Be it further resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments.
You, Matt,
And do we have?
and Dave.
All right, so, Kim Rada, 128 Cambria Avenue, Party D, and the term will be 2/27/24 to 2/27/25.
I can do.
Go ahead. Matt Plord,
Matt Plord, 258 Audubon Avenue, Party D, term 2/27/2024 to 2/27/2025.
and Dave Nagel.
Dave Nagel, 1175 Willard Avenue, RDR, and whatever you said for the rest.
I'll take it.
And Jonathan Trister, Mayor ex officio, 81 Woodland Street, Dem, same term, 2/27/24 to 2/27/25.
Very good. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion? Right, seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Right, moving along to item 7B, John Wallace Middle School Building Committee. As discussed at the last meeting, we are in a time crunch here on this, and as we have established a subcommittee now to look at the permanent building committee, we were able to obtain, we were looking for options in order to create the John Wallace Middle School Building Committee. We got a legal opinion that allows us to work around the ordinance. And today we're looking to establish that committee. Counselor Page, would you please read the resolution?
7B, yes.
Yes, 7B the second. Oh, actually, the first thing we have to do is there's 2 resolutions. The initial request was charged to the permanent building committee back in May of 2023. So initially, we're going to rescind that motion. Counselor Page, have you start there.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby rescinds Town Council Resolution 2023-82 dated May 23, 2023, a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Menke. Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now the second part of it, Counselor Page, did you read the longer one?
Resolved that in accordance with the Newington Code of Ordinances, Article 10, Project Building Committees, Section 8-38 to 8-45 inclusive, the Newington Town Council hereby establishes the John Wallace Middle School Project Building Committee comprised of 7 members, of which 2 shall be representatives of the Town Council, 2 shall be representatives of the Board of Education, and 3 shall be members of the public. And be it further resolved that the Mayor, the Town Manager, Board of Education Chairman, and the Superintendent of Schools shall be ex officio members of the John Wallace Middle School Project Building Committee, and be it further resolved that the committee is charged to work with the town manager or their designee, superintendent of schools, and any other appropriate town staff in the oversight of renovations of the John Wallace Middle School. Such improvements shall comply with the appropriate sections of the Fire Code, Health Code, Building Code, and OSHA regulations, regulations of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and any other health and or safety code regulations currently in force. And now therefore be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby appoints the following members of the John Wallace School Project Building Committee.
We don't have full appointments.
To be
yet.
determined.
To be determined.
Just, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just a point of order. I think the term should be immediate to the end of the project. Because once it's done, they would be dismissed. This sounds like they're gonna be it forever.
Fair enough.
I don't know if that's how we worded it.
I
That's
think that's
something
how
that
we.
we previously used, but it can.
I think it should,
changed a
I think it
bit
should
later.
just so that we don't have to go back and. It's up to you guys.
It's
Till
intended to-
project,
Yeah.
immediate till project completion?
Yeah, I would think so, because we did, when it's all done, you wouldn't want to keep. the committee
No,
going
for
around.
sure, yeah. Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I would just ask a small thing, but a big thing, which is that the term Board of Education Chairman be changed to Board of Education Chairperson.
Fair enough. Very good. All right. So we have a motion, and a second by Councilor Ford. Are you, as the motioner, okay with making changes from indefinite to, project completion?
Yes.
Yes.
And with the change from chairman to chairperson?
Yes.
Very good. All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Mackey?
I just have a couple of points. I read the legal opinion that this is based on. And I'm certainly not a lawyer, nor do I play one on TV, but I didn't quite get the gist of it. I understand what we're trying to do, and I'm all in favor of that to get this project moving forward. I just would ask in the future, if we have a legal opinion, we have the attorney here, so that I can kind of get in my mind what he's trying to say. I've read it over, I've read it to other people, I read it to my wife, and we don't understand it, but I'm taking his word for it that this is okay to do. I also think we should put the legal opinion in the packet then, so the general public, like Rose said, that she could then see what we're basing this move on. And my other concern is, and again, I'm all in favor of moving this project forward. I've been in favor of moving this project forward since we started this discussion, and I don't want to waste any more time. But we are setting a precedent where if we don't like what's already in place, we can get a legal opinion somehow and just change it. And I think that's just a slippery slope we have to be careful of. So we don't just use this method of changing what's already established to make things faster and easier. I think it's important we follow the proper procedure. Again, I'm all in favor of this, and I certainly will vote for this. And I've always been in favor of moving this forward, but I think those are some points we need to be aware of.
Thank you, Councilor Mackey. Councilor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I would just say, Councilor Maggie, your point's a good one, and it's a fair point, which is that to have the attorney present for anyone here to ask further clarification is very reasonable. And in the future, I think we should do that. I agree.
Sometimes legalese gets.
No, I agree, and I don't fully
Way
understand.
over my head.
Me too. So
I think I got what he's trying to say, but I'm not quite sure.
I totally agree.
This is an important thing we're doing, so.
I agree. Thank you. That's all I
Very
have.
good, very good. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? All right, motion carries unanimously. Moving right along. Next on the agenda is item 7C, budget transfers. Councilor Tiniakis, would you mind reading the resolution for the certification, I guess, please? There's two things for you to read.
Yeah, I got you. In accordance with section 808 of the town charter, I hereby certify that there exists free from encumbrance the following appropriations and general funds, the amount listed below. You want to read the amounts? Account number 10197-808101. Technology salaries amount $100,000. Account number 10450-8103. Building PT salaries, 45,000. Account number 10962-8220. Contingencies, 36,000. Signed off by Janet Murphy, Director of Finance. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby transfers the above certified funds to the following account in the general fund. Account number 10120-8101. Town manager salary, 181,000.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Tiniakis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. You discuss, Councilor Mankey? Discussion?
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Will you mind doing 7C2, AJ?
In accordance with section 808 of the town charter, I hereby certify that there exists free from encumbrance in the following appropriations in the CIP fund, the amount listed below. Account number 30831-88237. Newington High School girls softball field renovations, amount $35,120. Account number 30310-88231, sidewalk improvement overpass, $55,000, signed off by Janet Murphy, Director of Finance. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby transfers the above certified funds in the CIP fund to the following accounts. Account number 30831-88939, Town Parks ADA compliance, amount $35,120. Account 30310-88515, sidewalk repair, $55,000.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Taniaka, seconded by Counselor Floyd. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, motion carried unanimously. Moving on from new business. All right, moving on to item 8, resignations and appointments. As stated previously, item 8A, we are taking no action on that tonight. So we're leaving that up, and we're gonna move right on to item 8B, appointments. Counselor Page, going through these.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Affordable Housing Monitoring Agency, Sahina Crespo Morales, 247 Avenue, Party D. Immediate, term is immediate to 11/30/26, replaces vacant. Conservation Inland Wetlands Commission, Joanne McCormick. Address 75 Highgate Road, D. Term immediate to 11/30/25, replaces Ben Ancona de facto. Economic Development, Hunter Gillen. Address 208 Buena Vista Avenue, Party D. Term immediate to 11/30/26, replaces vacant. Fairmont Commission, Hunter Gillen, dwelling unit tenant. Address 208 Buena Vista Ave, Party D. Term immediate to 11/30/25, replaces Gloria Olison, de facto. Human Rights Commission, Diane Katea, 95 Sterling Drive, Party D. Term immediate to 11/30/26, replaces Teresa D. Polito, de facto. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Karen, and also Karen Peterkin, 65 Sterling Drive, Party D, immediate to 11/30/24 is the term, replacing Suzanne Dobkins, de facto. Library Board of Directors, Pamela R. Canary, address 110 Partridge Drive, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/25, replaces Ellen M. Basella, de facto. And Zoning Board of Appeals, Peter Kolakowski, alternate, address 36 Sunrise Circle. Party D, term immediate to 11/30/25, replaces vacant.
Second.
All right, motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion on any of these? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Motion carries unanimously. Keep it moving. All right, moving right along now to tax refunds. Counselor Gonzalez, would you mind reading that resolution? 9A.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $454,571.68 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the requests for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Gonzalez, seconded by Counselor Floyd. Any discussion on these? Counselor Menke.
I just have a question. This is certainly way more than we usually approve. A couple bucks here, a couple bucks there, but is there a reason why this is so high?
Just read my mind.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. That.
I could answer, but I don't know my answer. I can't read law, I can't read law or finances.
Right.
This was part of a reval settlement. The two large ones for the Hayes property. They just came through.
So,
So right now, there are only two open reval cases left to be settled. So.
so if I just can ask, so we did a reval on property
And they
and we
appealed it.
overvalued it,
They appealed it. It went
They
through the
appealed it,
court system.
went to the court system and the
Yep.
court said,
We came to an agreement,
we came to an agreement. Okay,
Yep.
so,
and that's for, I believe, 2 to 3 years. So it went back that far.
okay. So we went through the process though, and so we actually went to court and the court settled it.
We settled it outside.
Well.
Yeah, they made their
with the court's help.
suggestions and yeah. with
Yeah, the court
help.
probably made a really firm suggestion to settle it.
They made a suggestion. Yep.
Was it arbitration?
Is it arbitration?
No.
It just, okay. So the court said settle it and we settled it.
We got together and it never went to trial.
Do we, one more thing, do we anticipate more large?
There's
settlements?
just 2 claims left and this was probably the largest one we still had open.
Thank you.
Is it, may I, Mr. Murphy? I'm sorry, I just,
That's okay.
is it within your purview or in this setting to just comment on the total value of that property that was settled? In other words, just to give us a sense of relativity. Or you may not have that information.
I don't have the
That's a
specific
huge
numbers
number.
with me. It was a large property. The Hayes owned quite a few properties. I believe the big one was for the Stop and Shop area.
Okay.
I can't remember whichever the other one property was for.
And that settlement process, is it largely as a result of doing, like my familiarity is with a small scale real estate comparable process where you might make a valuation based on comparables. Is that what the court does or what the settlement process?
What ended up happening is we have our values on our books. We had somebody come in and do an appraisal for our side, a third party. It got to the point where we met with our number, their number, and the judge. And they didn't have an appraisal yet on their side. And we settled in the middle.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Janet. Any other questions or discussion on this?
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. No more discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 10, minutes of previous minutes of previous meetings. Any questions, issues, concerns with any of those, the minutes from those meetings?
Our side moves acceptance after we've had our reviewer, Counselor Nagel, review them.
I raised my hand. Yes, I've read them over and they appear to be fine.
Okay, very good. Feel good? Any issues? Okay, very good.
Thursday road.
We don't have to, we just move on. All good, right?
We have to take a vote.
We took a vote.
Oh, okay, a vote to approve the,
I made the motion. You
I'll
approved.
second.
There you go.
there you go. Motion made by Counselor Mankey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Now moving on to consideration of new business. Item A, overview of budget and budget procedures.
Just when we were having fun.
Yeah. I believe, Ms. Murphy, and you are up.
He's taking the lead on this. I'm just support here.
Okay. very good.
Okay.
For a second chair.
Yes.
That's illegal.
I submit.
So we just described in pretty great detail the budget approval process. The process for compiling, proposing, amending, and adopting the budget and the mill rate is all per the charter. So we are in the part of the process now where you have received the town manager's proposed budget. We had our first public hearing. And now it's time to begin reviewing the departmental budgets one by one. And there's going to be some this evening, some next Saturday, March 23rd. And March 26th. When you go through each department, you'll go through and we could tell you where, where you need to find it in your book. There's also some handouts if you prefer not to go through the large book. We have the information on the budgets that we're discussing tonight. You're not taking action on anything tonight. It's just informational and discussing. There's any questions that Janet or I can't answer, and I'm sure Janet could probably answer pretty much anything at this point. Then we will go back and get the info and bring it back to you for a future meeting. When you're done doing all that, then you have a chance to make some changes and set your tentative budget. There'll be another public hearing in which the mayor presents the tentative budget and the folks come out and speak. You can make more changes after that, and then eventually set the mill rate on April 16th. And that is, again, per charter, you need to set that mill rate in the operating budget within 20 days after holding that second public hearing. Any questions on the process?
May I just make a comment? I just wanted to say that I think we have a council meeting on April 9th in between the 2nd and the 16th. And I would just hope for our previous discussions about being as transparent and available to the public for informed feedback, that on the 9th, I'd like to have us as a council, minority and majority, commit to making the both of the changes that we intend to make on or by the 9th, so that we could then present those, so that then by the 16th, between the 9th and the 16th, there could be a fuller discussion by the public and a weighing in on that. So if that makes sense, because I feel like in my limited tenure, we've had last minute changes, which may still be necessary. And I'm not saying anything was wrong per se with that, except that it seemed to leave folks out of the loop more than I wanted to. So I'm just editorializing on my efforts there, and hopefully all of our efforts to do that. Thanks.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to 11B, general government.
I'll just let you know where to look in your books.
Oh, good.
As you're going through here, Jamie opens up hers. If you go to the tab that says general government on you, we're going to be following along right with each department, starting with town council and making our way through.
Gail had something.
Before we get into the general, just on one of the intro pages, I
Sorry.
think, where you're listing the taxpayers, like the town of Newington taxpayers.
What page you on, Gail?
I don't know. It's a it's a chart after the grand list.
This is all the town taxpayers.
It's in the budget message, I think. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I just have a question on, can you just tell me number 22 GKN Aerospace? Seems like they got an exemption of 19,000.
That's mechanical exemption. It's set by the state.
Oh,
So anything mechanical for manufacturing is exempt from taxes, that equipment.
okay. And then also, I was just curious, number 16, Hartford Hospital. I know because they're not like an operating hospital, it's more like the office building, so they are subject to taxes.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mayor.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. Also before we get into general government, I had a question about the revenue section. So
We are going to handle revenue on the Saturday, the 23rd, if you want to save that question. We can go over it now, but just,
happy to save it.
yeah, be my guest, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll just ask this just because it's a burning question for me. There will be other questions I leave for that Saturday. So I'll ask, in that section, the revenue section, and in particular, the portion on state aid, I didn't see a section for nip bottle taxes.
Nip
Where
bottles
is that
do
in
not
there?
go into the general fund.
Okay,
Nip bottles have to be used for a specific purpose, so they don't go with all the general money. They go into our miscellaneous grants fund,
okay,
where we can keep track of their use. Some of the uses we've done are recycling containers, and part of it is going to be used to pay for the new sweeper. Because of the increase in price, we didn't have the total thing budgeted under equipment reserve.
Great. That's wonderful. And then if I could just ask as a follow-up also, the bulk pickup, the fee that's still paid, where does that exist in the revenue section of the budget?
We don't collect any bulk pickup. That gets paid directly to the vendor.
To the vendor?
Yep, we don't collect anything. Those bulk pickups now, you call the vendor yourself and you make the arrangements and you pay directly to them.
Thank
We do
you.
not collect any bulk pickup charges.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Janet. Any other questions?
I just have one question, and it may just be a typo on under revenue, where we're looking at fines. I don't have a page number. There, 5603 false alarms, and then
Yeah, there was a double.
5727 false alarms. Is that,
Yeah, that's the type of that should be
Just-
taken off.
okay, thank you.
Nice job. Nice catch. Questions? All right, moving right along. General government.
So this starts with, I don't know where, well, in your book, it's code 110, and we're looking at, correct, Janet?
Yep, it'll say town council on the top, general government.
So you'll see in your book, there's a narrative section that explains what these, what these items are. And if there's any changes, it explains a bit about any significant changes, it explains there. So if you want to go through and let us know if you have any questions about what anything is or any other discussion, then Janet or I will answer your questions.
If I may, just a question, are we, for the mayor, really, are we raising our hands using this function? Okay,
Sure,
good.
please do,
So just jump in.
Yeah, no, yeah. if
No,
you wanna raise
please.
your-
Raise
Councilman
your hand.
Draco? Yeah, raise your
I
hand.
have
please.
my hand raised.
I'm sorry.
I just have a question and, again, because I was looking at the Board of Ed versus the Town Council and, in our purview, we basically kind of have the same functions, overseeing a budget, policies and procedures, blah, 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 the same number of people on it. We might actually have more meetings, I don't know, whatever, but why do we have a budget of 54,873 and the Board of Ed has a budget of 325,000?
I don't know what's included in there, so I really couldn't tell you, Gail. I don't know if there's any detail. I haven't looked through why they have theirs at that amount. Is it Board of Ed? Is it office one? I'm
No,
not
it's Board
sure.
of Ed.
Yeah, I think that would have to be
I'll have to
questions
ask that
for
one.
Superintendent Brumman, yeah.
Because it just seems such a wide discrepancy between the
I don't
two.
know what's included in hers,
Okay.
so.
Okay, thank you.
And that was, can I just ask clarification? What was that relative to for what expense? I'm sorry.
Well, the Town Council has a budget here.
Right.
Um,
But what was the money going to? I just didn't know what page. Sorry.
Oh, actually, it's one.
But
So it's this part right here.
Whatever it's budget.
yeah, it's on the Board of Ed. It's, I don't know, it's under their,
Oh, I see.
it's a separate,
Counselor, their Board of Ed expenditures. Okay.
right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We all received, or you should have all received, the superintendent's proposal back in early
Right.
February. That was her proposal and the board, made some changes to it. We received the same information as you. And then when the budget book goes out, there's that page towards like the end of the book. And it's a one page with all the line items and it includes their proposed budget and then the town manager's recommended budget. That's the same information we get as well. So we don't have any detail outside of what you have in your book. So it's something to perhaps ask.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely. That's a good point. Councilor Clay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the dues and subscriptions. Can you talk a little bit about what's included within our dues and subscriptions? What are we paying for there? $44,000 roughly.
We have $23,800 and that is for, sorry, I'm just opening it up right now. Glad I have this nifty computer. Come on. That's to the Capital Regional Council of Governors. And then the other one, the rest of it is to Connecticut Conferences of Municipalities, CCM. Those are the two dues that we pay under that line.
Great. And then the other question I had here, around other materials, what's typically included in other materials? Is that just kind of, overflow kind of, other
Sometimes,
expenses?
some
What is-
years, if there's somebody leaving the council, they typically always get a chair of their choosing, be it a rocking chair or a regular chair. Other materials might include new plates for you guys, might include anything from, different advertisements that need to go out there if notifications go over, because you do have public notifications. Typically, I tell you, I can look and see what they have planned under other materials this year. All right. Sometimes flowers for people who pass away, just in scenarios, other special presentations for somebody maybe retiring, that not an employee, but in from some other service you want to honor somebody in that effect. Food and refreshments for the town council meetings. As I mentioned, chairs for former town councils. And those are the items they have under there.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you so much. And then just one other question was the public notification. Is mainly that line item accounting for submitting advertisement in local papers? What else is included?
For that one, it's mainly that.
Yeah, okay.
And the bulk majority of that is for if you do something like an ordinance change, that has to be notified. You have to put notifications in for the budget. So items like that are included under there.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions on town council?
We're moving right along.
Right along.
Get into a rhythm, it's okay.
We'll get in a rhythm.
The next is code 120, it's town manager. You'll see there is an increase to this budget. That comes from full-time salaries that are specific to the assistant town manager position, which last year, it is vacant. Last year it was funded for half of the position, so this year would be looking to fund the full position. Again, it remains vacant. There could be some uses for that position in that or other formats. So that's the major change in this budget.
So it's not raises, it's just fully funding the position.
That also includes it in there for any of the administrative staff, the 3%.
Gotcha. Thank
That's one of the budget assumptions throughout for any of the administrative staff you're going to see.
you. 3%, okay. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yeah, under professional services, can you just explain consultants, special contractors?
That's the grant writer.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just jogging my memory. I'll ask this question first. It says here, other materials were increased to reflect trend. This is something I saw throughout. This is more a top line question. When it says something to that effect, that they're reflecting the trend, I've seen only one department so far kind of lean into that ambiguity and specify a little bit more that reflecting the trend means what they're currently paying given the trend and not just kind of built in extra room for a model that they're looking at. What does that mean here? What does that mean? The current trend, or excuse me, the current cost we're paying based on that trend, or are we building in for the
It's
future?
historical spend that you'll
Okay.
see. So if you look back and you can see the actual under the lines on the far left, you'll see 2022, 23, those are the actuals. You can see for some of the lengths of this one, if you're looking at other materials, we were at 683. Basing that and the other, in some kind of inflations that you'll sometimes see, they did raise it up. Last year, the budget was at 750. This year's budget is 1,000. We actually brought it back down to the 750 to, I think, better reflect, actually it went back up to 1,000. I can tell you, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, in other materials, we sometimes have to, do some purchasing for, is this where we do the retirement stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've
Okay.
seen a lot of retirements,
Yeah.
so that's part of the trend on this line too.
Great. And then the other question I had, again, kind of a top line, is a question I had throughout. Just I understanding a little bit more the structure that we provide for raises, that 3% number. Where does that number come from, and how does your office pull that
We
together?
try to follow, the administrative staff tries to follow what the ASME union gives the support staff.
That's what I thought. Okay.
This past year, the ASME contract runs out end of June. This year, the ASME staff got 3%, but because they hadn't settled their contract ahead of time, the admin got, I can't remember if it was 2 or 2.5.
Okay. I see.
So we didn't get the same amount that they did, but we tried to keep on with trend with what we're negotiating for the
Wonderful.
ASME.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Next is probate court, code 130. It's a single line item. The probate court is located in Newington, but we share the cost of it with Weathersfield and Rocky Hill. We have 38% of the costs. Rocky Hill and Weathersfield have 32% each. And those costs include rent, office supplies, and utilities. So that's a slight increase from last year of about $1,000.
Questions on that? We don't get, I guess I get my question is, because we're housing the probate court in our town, we still have to pay more than the other towns?
It's based on our grand list.
Yeah.
So we share proportion to our grand list.
Interesting.
So they haven't actually finished their budget yet. We're just estimating where it will be, and we won't actually get that till probably April, the final number, but we've always been kind of within it.
We house it, it's located in Newington,
Right.
but paying rent to the
Yeah.
property
Right.
owner.
It's not in a building we own.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Move along to elections.
There's a 5% increase proposed for the elections. This can change year to year based on what types of elections occur each year. And this year we have the presidential preference primaries and some other primaries as well as the early voting days that are coming up this month. So that's the bulk of those reflected for those items.
Council Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. As far as other contractual services and part-time goes, I know it's listed here, increased workload, competitive compensation. How were those percentages identified? Was that just looking at other area towns? How did the department come to those percentages?
The part-time workers, we built in a 2% raise for all the part-time workers. That includes your head registrars, your deputy registrars. Those are the 4 people that are in that part-time position. Within other contractuals, those are your poll workers. So they do make suggestions regarding based on what they're seeing in other towns and try to adjust theirs accordingly. Last year or the year before, I know we had to do an adjustment because it didn't meet the minimum wage standard. If you're working a full day in there, so things like that we review and take a look at.
Great. Thank you.
Council Pacheco?
Yes, I noticed the training budget went down from last year, but in the because of early voting and whatever, it did say that there was going to be, increased training requirement, and then the certification for SOTS UConn is, but that training due to the early voting and this certification took place this year.
I believe some of it did take.
Okay, so that's
place,
why
will
the
be taking
training
place
budget has
this
been
year.
reduced.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Council Tiniakis?
I'm assuming that printing and binding's up just because we have the early voting going on this year.
Early voting, and depends on the number they're expecting, the type of voting. So these are the ballots that they have to get printed out. So they do an estimate based on, is it a government, is it a governor's, is it a presidential? So they base it on what they think the outcome will be also.
My only question on this was, thought I understood that there was gonna be, some state assistance for this year only, for the first year. Is that factored in?
We just got state assistance this past year.
Okay.
We just actually received it to offset some of the costs we're getting in early voting. They're not sure that they'll get it next year, but if it does, it will go against their expenditures to the additional hours they'll have.
Okay, very good. Questions? All right.
Next is code 151, finance department. I think this is an extremely straightforward budget. The most, the largest item on there are the salaries. You'll see a slightly higher than average salary increase because we anticipate a retirement of the deputy director of finance next fall, right? But that position is important enough that it bears consideration to bring in the replacement before they retire.
Yeah.
So there's an overlap in training period. So that's why we're asking for some increase in the full-time salaries for this.
We are looking to bring somebody on towards the end of the fiscal year so they can go through the year-end closing with my current deputy, and then have that person in place to start the next year. So they'll be getting ready for audit, along with teaching, because my deputy, she's the one that puts together this whole book. So she's pretty vital to our office, and there's a lot for somebody. She's been here, God, I think almost 15 years. So it's a lot of knowledge we're trying to get from her to a new person bringing in.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So I noticed for that position that was listed as being partially funded in the list of positions. And so what is the anticipated and budget item for that position? What's the anticipated salary for that position?
We're anticipating have somebody in there close to a little bit less than what my current deputy is making, starting in April and going forward to the end of June. That's what will be included in here.
Great.
Questions? Sure.
Next is code 152, which is part of finance, but specific to the assessor's office. Again, a relatively straightforward budget. This is the first issue that needs to be, but you'll see it throughout the budget. Longevity, and that is something that is contractually obligated to ASME union employees who've been here for a certain period of time. And so it's a scale that increases the longer they've been here, the more of the longevity they receive. So it's a $400 payment, but you'll see this throughout the budget. Other changes are relatively minor. It's a relatively small, straightforward budget. Again, it just reflects increased costs in materials, supplies, and services.
Counselor Pacheco.
I guess this is just an editorial comment, but we have like 32,000 people in town and we have 28,350 motor vehicles. So I guess the only people without cars are the pre-Ks. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, when per capita, we seriously have that many.
Well, you think a lot of times now, I don't know about you, but if you're a married couple, you got two. You got a kid that's in high school, they got a car too.
Holy moly. Okay.
So I know when everybody's home at my house, we got 5 cars sitting in our driveway. So, and a lot of times, I hate to say it, kids who graduate from school, graduate from college, they're not moving out right away. It's expensive to rent or buy a house. So you're getting those people who might have a job, but still have a car at their parents' house.
Right.
So,
Okay. Well, at least we're getting some revenue from it.
yeah.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So the full-time salaries, that increase there of $7,400, is that also an administrative raise? What's the
Correct.
purpose for
There
that?
are 2 administrative positions in that office.
Okay.
2 union, 2 administrative.
So, and in my ignorance, this is a dumb question maybe. Those folks are, you said the 2 of them are unionized. Are they a part of the ASME
They are,
union as well?
correct. They're part of the ASME.
And that 1.9 was negotiated?
That is not the, anything, no ASME increases are included in departmental budgets.
Thank you.
Counselor Menke.
Thank you. Just getting back to the motor vehicles, does that include motor vehicles that are like if a fleet, people have a fleet of motor vehicles, they would?
I believe so,
they'd
yes.
include,
I can
right?
double check, but I believe so.
Or rental car fixes?
I believe so, but once again, will check. That might also be, as you say, personal property, not just motor vehicles. So for
So
businesses,
boats and
yeah.
snowmobiles and.
I'll double check. Yep.
Just for longevity, are we still doing the longevity? Is that something we're phasing out?
That's been phased out of the last contract.
So these are residual people we're giving the
It
longevity
got
to, so that,
cut off 3 years ago.
that's gonna go away eventually.
Eventually,
Go away.
yes.
Okay. That's what I thought, but just wanna make sure. Thank you.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I apologize in advance if you already clarified this. But when you say ask is not included, we have to pay that. So don't we
That's
reflect that?
included, so when you look at your contingency number,
Okay.
anything that we don't have budgeted here, we include in contingency, including that and any other raises we might anticipate.
Excellent. I was testing you. You passed. Good job. No, thank you.
Yep.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I knew the answer to that question.
You knew it.
Page on finance.
The next item is approval for three. This is the Board of Assessment Appeals, a $1,700 line item. You will see a $200 increase for educational workshop for the members to attend.
Matt.
It's 154 revenue collector. This is a 1.3% increase over the current budget. Again, very straightforward. Some changes include anticipated increased costs for some consultants and other printing services and minor changes.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. Two things. So, again, I'm gonna be a broken record on this. I'm gonna keep asking and you tell me if you get annoyed and that's all right. I just want to know what portion of the full-time salaries line item is those administrative raises outside of the AFSCME rates.
There's no ask me raises in here at all.
You just asked this. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it. I also.
So that was easy.
Geez, okay,
Anticipated increases are going to be in the town manager contingency.
Yeah.
Because the contract needs to be negotiated. It expires this June.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
We mix it in with everything else.
And then just the other thing, if I may, that I'll ask is give me just one moment. The consultants and special contractor, I know it says here physical tax bills are still necessary for payments. I don't doubt that. I'm just curious if the office has done work looking at estimates for the cost it would be to go fully digital or something like that. Or have you
It's
looked at-
available digital. Everything is available digitally,
But only digital. I mean.
but no, you would not believe how many people actually walk into this building with a paper copy and want a paper copy. It gets to, people want to come in with their bill. They want you to stamp it as paid. They want to have that record at home. They like that piece of paper. So while we could, I don't know if statutorily we could go all digital. I can check with the revenue collector. But that cost, it's under consultant special contractors. That's not just for them mailing the bill and sending it out. That's for them creating even the bills and putting it up on a website for digitally for people to see it. That is our whole software that when you come in to pay your bill, we record it in. It's quality data. Almost every town uses it. But I can check with the revenue collector, but I do know I've see
No doubt. I
people
don't
come in
doubt it
here
at
and,
all. I just ask out of
yeah,
concern
no,
for options.
definitely.
So,
Yep.
thank you.
Counselor Menke.
Can you explain the elderly tax relief program?
That goes under this line because there's really nowhere else to put it. When I first got here, the elderly tax benefit was in place. We paid half and the state paid half. So it's a program that we administer through the assessor's office. People can apply for it and we grant it based on the qualifications. The state about 6 years ago pulled out. They no longer pay any of it. So the full amount of it is now, we still have the program, but we fund it fully ourselves.
So this is really, we could have collected 558,000 more, but we didn't because of the program. So we put it as an expense
We
to.
put it as
Okay,
expense.
I got you.
Councilor Pacheco?
I'm just curious, it seems that maybe one of the concerns or complaints of the revenue collector is that taxpayers are regularly contacting the office for an additional copy of their second installment because they're unable to locate their copy. Can they print it off online? I mean,
Not the actual bill, but they can, if they look up online, they can actually see it and pull down their bill to see the amount.
okay, see, but they can't print it.
They should be able to print. I can double
Because I'm
check.
just
on that.
wondering, I mean, I know we charge, for using a credit card to pay your taxes, whatever, little.
You have
fees.
to.
Right.
We can't collect less than the actual tax
Right.
bill.
But I mean, but if we're, I know people are gonna get upset, but I mean, 10, 15, 20 cents a copy. Do we charge for, we don't charge?
No, I do not believe
Okay.
we charge for that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. When the state pulls out of a particular project like you described with the elderly tax relief program, is it common practice for you that the town manager or through the town manager, you to inform the governing body of that withdrawal so that then in real time, we can try to work collaboratively with our state reps to protect those monies in a more, because I'm sort of, and I wasn't sitting here 6 years ago, but maybe other things have happened or are happening where the state might expire a participation in a program and then we're left funding it fully. Is that common practice?
It was big news then.
It was, okay.
All towns.
So we sounded the alarms and we, okay.
Yeah, and for the next couple of years after that, the state still wanted us to send our information to them regarding who qualified and stuff, till we finally said, why?
Yeah.
You're not paying for it. So, yeah.
Okay, so you answered my question, because I would hope, and it sounds like we would be.
Yeah, a lot of the
informed
towns did, yeah.
Right,
kind of
that
put
in the
it-
event of anything else like that happening, whether it's
Mhm,
5,000 or 500,000, that we please be notified. So yeah, we can,
Definitely.
call up our friends at the state and say, hey, what are we doing here? Okay, thank you.
Questions on this?
Next is code 155. This is, actually, I think I skipped one. No, I did not. Okay, this is auditing. So we're in the second year of a 4-year agreement with our auditors. So this is the contractual increase. It's 8.69% or about a $5,200 increase.
Good luck trying to find other auditors.
Yeah, they were, I won't lie, they were our only people who responded to our RFP, so.
Wow, right?
Yeah.
You're looking to start a business,
Most auditing firms, just so you know, can't get staff,
right?
so they don't want to take on new clients.
Question from this? No, all right, well,
Purchasing, code 157, purchasing, this is a very easy one. It's $1,000 for public notification, flat to last year.
yeah. Questions on this? I'm wrong.
Code 160 is the town attorney, and I'm gonna defer to Janet to explain this one.
So we kept this one flat. We're not sure, where you guys plan on going with it, because we haven't appointed anybody. So we left it flat to what we're currently paying. You will notice that it looks like the consultant special contractors is being hugely reduced from 153 to 40,000. But that 153 contains some special circumstances that happened this year, including a few settlements and some other issues. So 40,000 is usually okay for what we need for special contractors. But I'm gonna leave that in you guys' hands. As I said, we left it flat to see what choice the council went with attorneys.
Thank you. Questions?
And apart from consultants and special contractor, what are considered other contractual services?
Other contractual services is usually the monthly fee that we pay to
Retainer.
who you
Retainer.
appoint, retainer, who do you appoint? That's what we've had for the last 2-3 years. And that included at the time, the retainer for both general counsel and labor.
You said the retainer was just in the past few years. That's not something that has been
It's been
done.
the same for the past few years. It hasn't been increased.
So there's always been for every attorney, there's always been a retainer, or the retainer was just for only a few years.
No, the retainer has always just been a retainer. You may choose to do a different.
Gotcha. No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have code 170. Town clerk and records administration. There's this is a 3.31% increase. Again, a lot of minor changes throughout the budget. One is an increase in seasonal employees to accommodate the workload in that office. Then there are a couple of other changes. They were able to do in-house scanning, so there is going to be a decrease in printing there. Equipment maintenance decreased, that's what I just said. Dues and subscriptions increased to add a newly certified assistant town clerk professional development. So there's some training for the staff there, but there will be an increase in printing and biting due to vendor costs for archival supplies. So again, minor, relatively minor items. It adds up to about a $9,300 increase, which is 3.31%. At 180 is personnel. This is mostly notifications, job postings being printed off, some training and meeting and conferences, and consultants and special contractors are, sorry, Janet, what are they for?
That's for the lie detectors,
Okay.
the polygraphs, everything like that. It's very expensive to hire police officers. A lot of testing, and that's included in there. And as we see the vacancies still outstanding, that's probably going to continue.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So to that effect, on that item, it says obviously it reflects rising costs of recruiting of police, and then there's a reduction in that line item. Can you just help me understand that? I may be missing something.
There's a reduction from the adjusted revised budget, but it's actually an increase to what we originally budgeted.
Oh, sure. I got you. Thank you.
Next is code 191, facilities management. This is one of the larger budgetary items that you're going to look at right now, but it has a relatively minor increase of 2.11%, which is a $37,000 increase. This is one of the departments that we met with a couple of times to really try to hone in on their budget and see where we could find some efficiencies. So you do see some reductions there, mostly in terms of utilities and related costs. However, there are increases, contractual increases, and some increases we needed to make due to historical trends as well. So that all adds up to a $37,000 increase, about 2.11% over last year.
Counselor Bajrayka.
Yes, just, you said, facilities maintenance, construction and maintenance materials and heating fuel were decreased to reflect trend. I guess, it just seems to be going against everything I've experienced in my own pocketbook. Plus, when you hear about all the building committees, well, the construction is rising, the cost of materials is rising, blah, 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 blah. It's just difficult for me to understand.
I think the heating
why
one,
it's going down.
I definitely know on the heating one, because I discussed this with the director when we were going through his budget. It's all, none of it is oil, all of it's natural gas on all our properties.
Okay.
And we'd been seeing that we started to continually bring it down, because when he first got here, he goes, this is way too high. And as we said, we're staying with trend. that what we're seeing spent is what we have. If you look back, our actual for heating fuel is 142,692 for 22-23. And when we looked at where we'd end this year, it may be, you know, higher than that for increased costs, but not up to the amount that we currently have budgeted.
And then construction and maintenance materials, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm glad that it went down, but it just seems strange that it wouldn't at least stay steady. And why would it be going
I
down?
think on some of those, he's looking to put off certain projects.
Oh, okay.
I know he said, you know, I can do this under here or try to move things around to try to relieve some of the pressure on this budget.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. Oh, I lost my, oh, here we are. I'll get better at this as we go along. The carpenter position is fully funded, but the increase in that line item for full-time employees is just 16,500. How much is the salary for that carpenter position?
Carpenter position, that's not part of the raise. He's an AFSCME.
I see. Okay.
He's an AFSCME.
Great. That's good. And then the equipment maintenance, I just couldn't help but notice the pretty significant fluctuations there. So in the 2022-23 actual, around $41,000, and that request in the budgets thereafter, or the past budgets, was around $51,000, and now the increase to $64,000. What does that account for? Is there a specific piece of equipment we're maintaining?
Usually it's a piece of equipment they're looking to get. Let me just take a peek here. Sorry. So I can pull it up. And you were looking at equipment maintenance, correct?
Yes, correct. 1812.
Yeah. Here. Wow. Looks like HVAC maintenance for 16,900. Townwide allocation for, boiler water treatment and state licenses, that's 4,800. I think it fluctuates based on what he kind of has in here, what we need to do, what licenses we might need to renew, any kind of increase in costs associated with that. Just trying to see what else he's got in here. Other things are generator maintenance for 5,000.
Did the department identify any order of priority for those? I'm sure they have it generally for the department.
This is just generally in total. He doesn't put them in any kind of list. Door access control maintenance. So the fobs that you have, there's some areas that still don't have those. He looks to replace those throughout the year. That was 8,000. Alarm monitoring at the town facilities. That was 5,500. Ongoing maintenance repair to the EV charging stations. And the biggest one being, and this is something that happens, and this might be one of the reasons your fluctuations, I totally forgot about this one, is the community center gym. We redo that every 2 years. So you'll see it kind of go up every 2 years, and it's handled under this budget.
And then just my last question was on utilities. that increase of 20,000. Does that reflect what we're, again, kind of the question from, Fred, that reflect the current actual?
That
cost of
reflects what we're
utility?
currently seeing. This is I don't even know, it's the first full year, but we're just getting into realizing what the normal bills will be with our solar.
Mm,
And
That was my question.
yeah, and we're finding, yeah, they're good, but they're not as good as we were hoping for. That in combination with the rising costs from Eversource.
Yeah, okay.
Is what we're seeing. We're being challenged in that area.
Thank you.
Councilor Mankey?
Thank you. I had the same question on utilities. Are we all, is the solar project done now or
On this building?
on this building?
Yes,
Okay, and
being the biggest building we pay for, yeah.
the other town buildings?
Yes, I believe they're all up and running that we had planned for installing. I don't know if there's any plan for the future right now.
Thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Yeah, my question is about the solar as well. The point of solar is to lower the cost of things, so.
And we did reduce the budget from the 534. That was when, I mean, we started way back when trying to put this in place. So it did get reduced from what it prior was like 2 years ago. But it's kind of being offset a little bit by the cost from Eversource, too. You still have to have them in the mix.
Is just are the solar systems performing the way that they're supposed to? I
They're
just heard kind of what
monitoring
you
them.
said, yeah.
I can confirm that, but they are monitoring them. They can go on the website and look. And I know when we start first getting the bills, I did question that. And facilities was going back and forth with them, making sure that they're getting what we were guaranteed.
That was my question. I was wondering if it's the same as when it's installed in a home, they work it out and they guarantee you that this is, we're putting this system in, it's gonna bring in
They are
this.
monitoring that.
And if it's not,
Yep.
it's a problem.
Yeah, they are monitoring it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Rath?
Yeah, if you may have already answered this, but under facilities maintenance, is there any expected maintenance need that we're looking into or that we may be faced with?
I think that's just generally overall kind of covering. It's
But
not a project.
Nothing specific. that
They did
looks
have
like
different
it'll come
things in
up.
here. Let me just see here. And you were looking at facilities maintenance.
8213.
Second, I can tell you what they kind of had under there. Yeah, this is when we were just discussing that the maintenance was the HVAC maintenance, door maintenance, security alarms.
Kind of a question, I mean, I don't know if this is something we answer now, but we back to discussion on the heating oil. I don't have my Board of Ed book with me, so I don't know the specific, but there's a discrepancy between their projections and ours. Why would
We
that not be
brought that-
uniform?
We brought that up last year.
Okay. Yeah, it seems.
I
odd.
don't know that they reached out to ask Joe what he was basing his off or not. But that was a question that we did ask them last year for their assumptions.
Yeah,
And I don't know if theirs are natural gas or if theirs are oil, so I couldn't tell you why they're on a different plane than us.
yeah, because we're in the same town. So,
Get the oil from the same place.
yeah, it's probably gonna be in the same
So-
place.
The town,
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
no, I interrupted you, I'm sorry. The town and the board sides both utilize natural gas, but the town, as far as I'm aware, we don't utilize heating oil.
We do not.
Correct.
Everything of ours is natural
But of
gas.
course,
We have
we,
no heating.
electricity, natural gas, gasoline for vehicles, diesel, all those are utilized by both.
So our rates should all be uniform. It's just the usage.
Well, do they have oil in
different.
the school or they have natural
No, they
gas?
just said there's no.
No, natural gas.
We're natural gas.
Your natural gas.
I don't-
Some of the Board of Ed buildings utilize heating oil, but I don't know the details
know
on
the
that.
Yeah,
details on
so
how
I
many
like
and
that
which
could
ones.
lead
I
to
misunderstood. I thought
discrepancy,
they said
yeah.
it was
Well,
on.
they have their natural gas up 4%. I have the
Yeah.
page here, so, I mean,
Interesting.
and then, just to, general increases for water, telephone, whatever, you kept yours at 0%.
Yeah.
And, so there is, and just, like you said, I mean,
The discrepancy, yeah.
the
MDC I
assumptions
can
should
tell
be the
you-
same.
Those-
I can
yeah.
tell you MDC did not increase their
Yeah.
rates when we went to the meetings.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
and that's
think
why I
we'll have to
believe we
ask
kept
them
water.
about-
Yeah, I
kind of
agree,
flat.
yeah, agree. Because the reality is, when these are based on assumptions, but the reality will be the same for all of us, whatever that actually ends up being, so it shouldn't.
But those higher assumptions make their budget increase.
For sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other question on that? Thank you. 195.
Good. Okay, next is 195. These are essential services. Essential services are copiers, envelopes, and postage. The increases, again, this increase in this is 7.17%, but it's a smaller budget item. The increase is about $4,500, and that's for increased copier leases. Increased cost of copier leases.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So then that is the purpose of that disparity between the initial department request and then the town manager's proposed. That's the reason for it, the equipment leases, maybe they came after they submitted.
Yeah, there was another one.
We're getting 3 new copiers.
Three well-needed new
Probably getting
copiers.
worse.
Yeah, yeah.
We won't take it away.
Yeah.
Mine's like 15 years old.
I can't imagine.
walked in.
Oh my God.
I was being nice to it.
Can't get another year.
No,
I'm kidding.
no.
About half a year.
I talk nicely to it just to get
It doesn't. And we rent those, so, I mean,
Mine's not
my
rented. I
thought
own
of,
it.
well, that's wonderful. My thinking of like a copier is like in my small brain, it's like my little desk jet at home that does it. This is a gargantuan machine that's.
Yeah.
A smaller machine for finance.
Yes.
Mid-sized machine for office that we're trying to do.
We do.
Yeah.
Take it out of red.
And then this also includes the big main town hall copier that's in the mailroom, the biggest machine we have.
That the lease is running out on.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Other questions? 197?
197, IT department, a modest increase, about 2.87%. The vast majority of that increase are due to higher costs to the various software and hardware things that we use, such as Munis, which is used by finance, quality data services, which is our assessor and tax databases, managed file transfers, facilities manager software, firewalls, switching, wireless, and support for our audio and video equipment. So that's all contractual increases on those costs.
Councilor Draco, I'm sorry.
Under highlights of fiscal year 2024-25 operation, the first bullet, and this is referencing back to what Ms. Lyons talked about, the town employee and citizen self-service portal development. So that's something that they plan on. Working on.
That's not the website. So self-service could be something like the building department got a new system for people to get in building permits. That's a self-service, stuff like that. I know that was one area that they did implement in the past year, a new building permit system for people to go through. And for the employee self-service, we're still working on that one. We've gone through various trainings. And we're bringing it back, and this is for employees to go online and get their pay stubs, get their W-2s. We had some kinks we had to work out with some of the images coming through, so we're still working on that one.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. To Councilor Bedreiko's point, then, is an update to the town website, comprehensive or even narrow, is that included in any budgetary ask here?
And
Any of
here,
these items?
I don't believe so. I believe that if they do anything, that's under the technology fund. I could be wrong, and I'll ask the director.
And then,
actually have a follow-up on that.
Yeah, just sure.
I actually have a follow-up
Of
on
course.
that. I would assume we're using a vendor to sort of host our website and do our web services. Is that the cost associated with that built into this year? Not necessarily a new one, but just what we're doing for our current one. It's
If
like, what's
there's,
the cost?
if there's a fee or cost for it, it's built in here.
Is that
yes.
in the other contractual services?
That would be, yes, that, or under equipment maintenance
Okay.
as one of
I
the subscribers.
don't know that if it's not possible now, obviously, but if it'd be possible to find out what the dollar figure is for that specific service at some point.
I don't know that we're paying them. I think we might actually own the software, but I
Oh,
will
okay.
check into that also.
Appreciate it. Thank you
Yep.
very much.
And I actually was gonna go to, no, that's fine. I was gonna go to equipment maintenance next. So, is that all rate setting outside of our, from contractors outside of our
Yes.
ability to set? Okay, that's
Yes.
perfect.
A lot of that, you'll see some of the subscriptions and our stuff, at least
can't
go up to 5-7% a year.
Wow.
We've been seeing lately.
That's all right.
And they can do it because we have to have it, so.
I have a question about emergency services, body cam and in-vehicle cameras and the traffic cam network expansion. I can understand how some of that would fall under information technology, but are there costs shared by services or PD?
No, those are handled. So there's a subscription for the cameras. This is one of the things I tried to bring up, and we have to constantly watch when we're promising ARPA funds. Because it's great to put in those cameras that we put in for the PD on different poles around town, the traffic cameras. But there's ongoing costs from that. And it's not just putting them up, it's a subscription that goes with them. And that's what they cover. They cover any of the subscriptions for any technology things such as that here.
Okay.
So if a police officer loses or breaks a body cam, the IT department will pay for it?
No, the body cam ones, that's just the actual equipment, that's handled by the
Is
PD.
it just a description?
It's just subscription that's handled here, not the actual equipment.
Gotcha.
Is the data storage covered here too?
Yes,
Repeat that, I'm sorry, Councilman.
the data storage.
The data storage, okay.
General government. Kind of safety.
Okay, so for public safety, the first item for discussion is the police department. And you will notice that for this, you're going to see each division of the department has its own budget request page. So we'll go through that division by division. The first is police administration. They're looking at a 4% increase. I have some decreases in overtime due to trend and longevity due to a retirement. Their largest increase by far is under consultant special contractor increases. And that is for things such as the psychological exams that we discussed earlier, which are mandated for new officers, cleaning of cells, and the Star Chase contract. And I don't know if anybody's you're familiar with Star Chase? If not, I could try to explain it to you in poor layman's terms.
It's
But
cool.
it is cool. That's a good way to explain it. So those are those costs there. And those, like I said, that's the vast majority of the increase that you're going to see on that budget.
Questions? And Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A couple of things. So one, we had, it had been expressed in kind of an informal conversation with, I think this was when we were outside of the fire department and we were there with the.
Yeah.
And just a discussion around overtime and how, I think you had also brought this up in a presentation as well to the council about how the inability to fill those vacancies has impacted our overtime. Can you just talk a little bit about that here in the context of this, just because I see it reduced,
You're
Um,
not gonna see it as much in the admin area. Where you're gonna see it is when you flip the page and look at patrol.
Patrol, okay, that's where I did see it.
That's,
I
that's
wasn't
where,
sure.
that's the big place you'll see most of it, and probably the detectives unit also.
Great,
This is administrative, so it's not as big. It's the ones that are your chief and their assistants. So you usually don't see as much overtime. We have had some here now. Due to the fact that we've had some vacancies in the administrative positions. And this isn't police officers, but his or hers, the police chief's admin assistant,
Gotcha.
has been vacant. And then, the second person who kind of does payroll has been
taken out.
vacant.
Wow.
So, yeah, we've been challenged there, and we're hoping that gets filled very soon. But yeah, so that's why you're seeing, but typically, if you look back to the 2022-23, I mean, it was 1,315. It was little
Yeah.
that we paid there in overtime.
Thank you. I have a couple more things. If I
Yes,
may.
go, yeah. go ahead.
This is a question for you, Jamie. On the full-time salaries line item, I saw that your suggested or proposed amount was slightly lower by not a negligible amount. I just wanted to, I guess, understand your thinking on that a bit more. Was that something the department, after they submitted their request, indicated or anything like that?
That was a minor decrease just due to one outgoing administrator and then another one coming in at a slightly lower rate.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Okay, great. And then just a couple more things. The dues and subscriptions, I see that will be this will be in this proposed budget, the first time that, or at least the first time on this page, that we increase above 10,000. Are those dues and subscriptions, are we locked into those vendors that we're utilizing? I'm sure a lot of them are statutory perhaps. Is there any flexibility for us to maybe go shopping for other vendors that could provide the same service?
This, for dues and subscriptions, are usually to organizations, so we can't really shop around. Like International Association Chief of Police dues is, it's kind of set. That's one of them. The Connecticut Police Chief Association, the Capital Regional Chief of Police Associations. Trying to find the other, trying to find the other ones. The FB, membership in the FBI Academy, National Academy, New England Chief Police Organizations. I mean, those are small ones. See here, Connecticut Lieutenant Handbook, Field Manuals. So, yeah, they're kind of set, most of these. And for the longest time, just so you know, that most of the organizations were keeping their dues during COVID flat. But now we're starting to see some of them go up a little.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, and then thank you for that. And just the last item I had, I know listed here in the description of major drivers, there's an increase in office equipment for 2 desk chairs.
That's my question.
Capital outlay lists an increase of $3,200.
So these are what you.
What is the rest of that increase?
It's the desk chairs is mainly the thing. You'll
It's
laugh, but
just
to
the
get a
desk
very
chairs.
comfortable chair because you're sitting in them for some of these people a
So
large
that
amount of
is,
time.
just to clarify, because that was
It's just
my
for 2
question as
desk
well. It's $3,200 for 2 chairs?
This is for, I'm sorry, which one were you looking at?
Or am I,
Capital outlay, office equipment,
Office equipment.
84.
yeah,
$3,500.
Some of that was for that. I can check and see what they have listed. If there's
I
anything
mean, I
else.
assume there must be something more in there.
yeah, that's what's,
No, I honestly think it might just be those chairs.
Ergonomic chairs are pretty expensive.
They are.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I remember right, because they wanted to do transfer,
Chairs.
they wanted to do transfer this year for it, and I was kind of like,
They're dispatchers.
let's wait. It was,
Are these dispatcher chairs?
I think I
don't
recall they
know.
were
I just
asking for
checked on
dispatch.
this one, sorry. Sorry, going down and looking. Come on. I don't look at the details, sorry.
No, it's hard.
I appreciate it.
Replacement of office equipment, this is a DVD, TV, recorder as needed and replace 2 desk chairs.
The other stuff.
What, do you know what kind of chairs they are?
Doesn't-
Like the model number or anything like that?
Yep. They don't have that in.
All right, I mean, I'm Googling chairs right now. And any chair close to 2,000 looks like it belongs in a spaceship. Um, Can we get that? Can we get that just for my personal knowledge? It just seems a little ridiculous.
Thank you.
I'm all set. Yeah, no, that was my question because everyone, you know,
You all good?
Yeah.
Everything on this?
That was mine too, actually.
we're just new, so.
Just so you know, I am keeping a list of all your questions.
Thank you.
And I will respond. I'm not forgetting. them. They're on the list.
Oh, here comes the overtime.
Yeah. Wow. A lot of overtime.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Next is code 212, police patrol. This one, Janet, actually, we need to look because we had initially showed an increase in uniforms and clothing, and this is showing in the version that I had to create our budget. This is showing a
The
decrease.
decrease is compared to the adjusted budget.
Is
So
it
if you look at the adjusted budget, we actually moved money in there. They did transfer this year to purchase a bulletproof vest, which is not something you buy every year. So that's why you're seeing the adjusted budget at 72,618. The original budget was 27,618. So it is an increase from the original, but it's a decrease from the adjusted due to the transfer we made this year.
Okay, next is code 213.
I'm so sorry. I didn't raise my hand. It's just like, if I may, a couple things. So, the first item I had on overtime, this is again, obviously, this is where, as you said, it appears. Does this need to be increased more? I mean, what is our,
Our hope is that when they're filled,
yeah,
we won't be needing this anymore. But if you don't fill or the full time, that helps offset the overtime.
sure. Okay. And the other questions I had, I saw clothing allowance and uniforms and clothing. Can you just describe for me the difference between those two items?
Clothing allowance is if they're given a certain amount of money to go out and purchase different things or get cleaning of their uniform.
Okay,
So if they want to go out and purchase, if certain things, if they're in plain clothes, they're allowed to do that and bring in the receipt if it falls under the regulations, the chief will okay it. And this is also allows them to get their uniforms cleaned.
okay. And then uniforms and clothing is just the actual.
The uniforms
they
and
purchase.
equipment, when you're coming as a recruit, there'll be a specific package that you get as a new recruit, and they will replace them under that one as needed.
And then the technical equipment. It mentions here the replacement of citation printers. How many printers is it? I see the 1,040 each. Is that the only thing in here?
Under technical
Under-
supplies?
Yeah, technical equipment, 8402
Oh, okay.
capital outlay.
Yeah, let me just take a quick peek on that one.
And I guess also how many printers do we currently have?
I'm not sure on the number of printers. I can find out. But there are printers, just so you know, in the vehicles too.
Sure, okay.
So it would include equipment for that also. They've got it set up that they can actually print from their
In the
vehicle.
vehicle, yeah. Great. Are you just searching for how many?
Yeah, I'm just taking a
Thank
quick
you, I
look.
appreciate that.
So under technical equipment, just so you know, it looks like one of the first items in almost half of this, or less, is 20,000 for the technical equipment, replace technical equipment. This includes in-house security cameras, GUI equipment, AIFs, I don't know what that is, sorry, intercom system, taser batteries, and the replacement of 10 citation printers.
10.
And those are the ones that will go into the vehicles at
Thank you.
$1,040 a piece.
Holy moly.
And then just the last, if I may, Mayor, the last question was just, I mentioned this earlier, around, this was the one that had mentioned the cost of Narcan. Not knowing very much about that at all. I just didn't know what the driver was for that cost. I don't know if Mayor, if you can speak to that at all, or I'm just not familiar with the market
I don't know because we get ours
from another.
from other sources and we provide it free of charge. I could find out tomorrow.
Okay.
Where ours comes from.
Great.
Could be from a grant, could be through the state.
Sure.
I don't know where the police department gets their supply.
I can put that on the list.
Thank you so much.
Next is code 213, police investigation. There's a little bit of a larger increase to the salary due to a budget transfer in the current fiscal year. Overtime, this is somewhere you're going to see the overtime increasing due to contractual raises. And there's some increased costs, minor increased costs in terms of fees for property destruction. So all in all, again, this is a 6.8% increase, about $68,000. Most of that you're going to see in salaries and overtime.
Councilor Boyd.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go back again to the clothing allowance. I mean, how is that? In a lot of these asks, it's quite a substantial number. And not knowing the background on how those numbers are calculated, I mean, is that?
As per union contract.
Is it?
Yeah, they're allowed a certain amount per year.
I'm just gonna check. The equipment maintenance. I had a question here about what was currently. Oh yeah, so this is the increase, the yearly number of 3650. I see in 2022-23, 0 of that was used, and so that 3650 that was appropriated in last year's budget, is that still in that account appropriated earmarked for that purpose, or that's?
When a year ends, anything unspent goes right back into the general fund. So the slate is totally clear come July 1st.
Can I ask you?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
thank you.
back to 212. Is there, can you tell me what under technical supplies, what the cost of Narcan is?
Sure, they have it under here. I'll take it. That's where they're paying for it. I would think, but
I think so. I think that's what it says under.
yeah, let me just take a quick look.
Yep.
Nice. Narcan. Doesn't say where they get it from, but they're saying they're going to be purchasing 40 at a price of a unit cost of 80 for a total of 3,200.
$80, and that's the nasal Narcan?
It doesn't
It doesn't
say,
say.
it just say Narcan drug overdose treatment.
I would imagine it's nasal. I can't imagine that
They get the needle.
they'd be, because you have to draw it up a certain amount
Yeah.
into the syringe. Yeah, it would be nasal.
And I don't know what a unit is. I don't know if it's a box or, but they're saying 40. Quantity of 40 for unit cost of 80 each.
That'll, I mean, just out of curiosity, I'll talk to my boss and he'll give it to you.
Council Floyd?
Thank you. I just remembered a point that I was going to ask was the property destruction for property
Which
destruction.
one you on? Two
Oh,
twelve?
I'm so sorry, 213.
You're back at two
Yeah,
thirty.
I'm so sorry. Did we move on and I missed it? My mistake. Other contractual services reflect increase of fees for property destruction. What is that? What does that mean? Is that? What is it?
Just take a look.
Thank you.
That is substances. Yeah, substances.
So which one? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Substances, possibly. I'm guessing.
Prescriptions. Old prescriptions.
That would make sense.
Do we still have the?
Box in the office, yeah.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
the police department. Well, last time I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, fees for property disposal. And it's Covanta is the company it looks like. So and my guess it would be, as you said, it would be some of the drugs and stuff.
Thank you.
214.
Within the traffic, a minimal 2% increase. This is one of the smaller line items for the police department. And it's mostly for contractual increases for the AFSCME employees that work in that department, and then raises for the crossing guards. About a $5,400 increase total.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. I just had a question. So obviously this is, like you said, it reflects the raises for crossing guards, but I didn't see them listed among the personnel on the previous police department page.
They're part of the part-time forces, so
So
we
they're
don't
not
really,
included there.
how many there are, it's hard to quantify that as a person. So you might see on the total like hours, where they talk about different hours for
Oh,
part-time.
sure.
That would be where you would see them kind of reflected.
Okay. And then the other question I had was the technical supplies. Is that for the creation, is primarily for the creation of those safe routes that they mention in their narrative, or is there
Tell you what it's,
additional things that that's used for?
that was technical supplies you were asking about, correct?
That's correct.
On this one, because it is traffic, it's the supplies for line painting and sign material.
Oh, that goes here.
Yeah, that's what it's for. Totally forgot that was under here, but yeah, that's handled here. This position, one of them, the full-time position used to be under highway,
Sure.
and they
Oh, I did
believed
see
it
that.
more. It got moved
Yes.
over to traffic.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you.
I just have a quick point of order. We're getting awfully close to 10 o'clock, and I know we have an agenda item that's going to require us to vote. Do we need to do anything about that now? Should we allow
10:30 is
action
the-
after 10 PM?
30.
10:30?
maybe.
Oh, okay, sorry.
10:30.
Yeah, we're still gonna be
We
here.
still have a
I think.
lot to-
Yeah, why
lot to
don't
go
we
through.
just vote now?
Do you want to just skip to, go to F and just take care of that
No,
now?
no, no, I mean, why don't we just allow the,
You can vote to waive the.
you can vote to waive the rules, yeah.
Okay.
To allow that after 10:30.
Can I entertain a motion to waive our rules so that we can
So moved.
vote past 10:30?
Second,
Motion by Counselor Mankey, second by Counselor Draco. Any discussion? Do we need to allow public participation on this item? We'll allow for public participation. If anybody has any questions or concerns in the public, feel free to raise your hand now or in Zoom, or if you're in the room, feel free to step up. We do have one on Zoom. Go right ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, it's Rose Lyons. I'm just asking if you're referring to the reappointment of the acting town manager. Is that what you're going to vote on?
No, we are waiving the rules to allow us to vote on that after 10:30.
But that's the item that you're referring to, that you will be voting on after 10:30, maybe after 10:30? Okay,
Yes,
go ahead. That sounds like a plan. I'm glad you're doing it now instead of waiting till the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else want to speak in public participation? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The opposition? No. Motion carries unanimously. Sorry.
No, good
Thank you.
point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thought it was 10 o'clock, not 10:30.
Either way.
Either way,
Either way, you're covered.
It's good.
So now we're on Police Department Code 215. This is police communication, a minor increase, about 1% or about $9,400. On this one, just I want to note in your full-time salaries, the police union increases are included in this budget, but you're also seeing in this case a step increase. So when they get to certain years of service, they hit steps, and that's true of the ASME union as well, but you're seeing it reflected in here. So that's what you're seeing here. And this is one of the few places I think going through this budget where we saw an actual decrease in a maintenance contract. $2,800, but it's a decrease.
Decrease is a decrease. Good.
questions on this one? 217?
This is police education and training. This one this is a smaller line item among their entire budget, but you do see a bit of a larger increase. It's 17.22% or about $41,000. A lot of that has to do with training recruits at the academy and the number of vacancies that we have. It also is technical supplies are increased there's a rise in cost of like less lethal methods of force, I suppose, including taser cartridges, batteries. And they had requested 10 taser replacements due to the current ones being outdated. So that accounts for the increase in that budget request.
Counselor Page?
Do we know, thanks, Mayor, how often those need to be replaced?
I do not.
Okay,
Not sure.
okay, thank you.
Still,
I was just curious.
but almost.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you. At the educational or the education incentive, excuse me. Can you just describe, I guess, why is this needed? If I imagine, I mean, all officers are required to take certain training and so on. There's additional
There's an
certifications they can
additional-
receive?
They can receive if they choose to go back for classes.
Sure.
It's covered as part of incentive. It is part of their contract that we offer it. So yeah. And more people sometimes, it might be, it depends on how ambitious or what classes are available. The offices are, how much time they have available to be able to do classes, what kind of participation we'll have.
And is that $300 figure, that contractual number, is that a maximum, a minimum?
That's just an estimate.
Okay.
Sometimes, as you can see, you'll see it was 622, 23.
Yeah.
So we had more participants at that year. Sometimes right now, we're thinking with the overtime people are working, we're not going to have as many people trying to do outside training.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes, just a comment, and then I have a question. When people talk quieter, especially that end of the, I'm not criticizing anyone, others talk quieter. I can't hear.
Okay.
I know it's impossible to do, but I have hearing aids, but still, they're not run out. And I do want to hear what you're saying, but it gets quieter and quieter and quieter. I find it quite difficult to comprehend what the question is, which may have been answered just now, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Does this amount of money have to do with new hirees to the police department and the training they have to go through? Is that listed in a separate area, or is that a whole
That's
other
just
deal?
all part of any training that they have to do is in here. Training for the academy and stuff like that is in the individual. It's more like in patrol. This is for ongoing training.
Okay, thank you.
Next is code 218. This is police support services. In this case, you'll see a couple of things to note. They have a 3.57% budget increase, about $30,000. And one of them is in clothing allowance, because in the current year budget, it was slightly under budgeted for 6 officers for their clothing allowance. So we need to make up for it in this budget. There's an increase in equipment rental for new Lisa copiers. And in an effort to increase recruitment to fill those vacant positions, there is an increase in costs related to going to job fairs and other recruitment related costs.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. But just as far as the other contractual services goes and that increase for job fairs, just as, I guess, a point of statement, that's going through the police portion of the budget. That's one of the only items I saw that was devoted directly to increasing recruitment. And so just as, again, a point of statement, I think looking into perhaps increasing that item and maybe talking a little bit more with the police department as to how they came to that number in particular, I would think could be a very fruitful discussion.
Other incentives are on to get recruits, such as sign-on bonuses, are in separate lines within, more like in patrol and the salaries and
Sure.
stuff like that. So some of the incentives aren't listed like these are, but they are in place.
Thank you.
I just have one question in regards to the salary portion. Under this item, that the school resource officer is paid out of this particular budget. Is there any contribution from the schools? Do they pay for anything related to the school resource officer? They do?
We charge
Okay.
them back for half the cost of the
Okay,
resource officer. Yep.
very good. Okay, thank you.
Along with the overhead, such as his payroll taxes and health insurance, everything.
Okay, very good. So that's a split. Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Next is code 220 police vehicles, and this is actually just keeping the police vehicles clean. Detailing costs, it's a $7,700 line item. It's a $1,000 increase from last year.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Is that maintenance done in-house? Do we contract out to a vendor?
Contracted out to a vendor.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is animal control. We share the cost of the animal control officer with Weathersfield. This is a 9% increase. Again, it's a smaller line item. The 9% increase is about $3,300, and it's all for overtime and salary increases.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. That increase due to the 4-hour minimum on overtime, who sets that minimum? Is that a department policy?
Contractual.
It's contractual. And then the professional SVCS, what is the kind of average utilization of those funds? I see for all 3 of those line items, it was 0 in 2022-23. I know the others are estimates and so on, but what is
We did have vacancies in 22-23,
okay.
which resulted in probably some of this not being used. We hired a new officer for this position that we share, of course, with Weathersfield. And that's why potentially you didn't see anything used in the prior years.
Thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yeah, that was kind of in regards to my question. We don't have our own animal control officer.
We share.
Has that always been the practice?
It was actually used to be just a part-time position that we shared. And we
So
updated-
Weathersfield and Newington have always shared an animal
Yeah,
control
and
officer.
we came to an agreement with them a few years back to share a full-time position.
Gotcha. So my next question is, are we looking for one? But
We have
absolutely, we,
we have this position filled right now.
right, I
Yeah.
got you. So
Yep.
this is the position.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is it an even split?
Yes.
Moving on to fire now.
Moving on to the fire department. Again, like the police department, this is going to be split up into the various divisions within the fire department. The first of which being fire department administration. You will see a 3.87% increase, about $4,000 on the $109,000 line item. The increases you see, they look like large percentages, but they're small, they're smaller dollar items, $970, $250, and those are all increased to trend.
Council report.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the copier maintenance and equipment maintenance, is that a one-time need or is that going to be recurring? Does that represent a recurring expense for maintenance of the copier?
I'm not sure, to be honest,
Okay.
for the fire department.
Thank you.
But it's
Quarterly
gonna go
maintenance
ongoing.
fee?
They got a new copier.
Yeah,
They got a new copy.
Okay.
232.
232 is firefighting. You will see this is a 2.94% increase, about $22,000. One item to note is under technical supplies. That had included a request for $10,000 for firefighting foam, which I believe that they may have explained to you during your tour what that is used for. But there is some grant funding available for that, so we're able to reduce that. So that's the reduction in that. Other materials are increased due to trend. And I apologize because my notes are all out of order now. Janet, do you have anything else?
Not off the top of my head. I will say some of their equipment, the technical equipment, you'll see it kind of fluctuate year from year, depending on what equipment they're requesting. So if you look over and see, actual was only 19,000, 22, 23, but they're budgeting 67 this year, revised, and they're asking for 60. That's because it depends on what they're requesting. It's not a specific, always the same on that line.
Do you have the list of what
Sure.
the requests
What they're
are?
requesting this year? Sure. We can pull that one out.
Next is code 233, fire
Oh, wait, I'm
prevention.
sorry.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
Are we-
I'm looking up
Yeah,
something
she's
for
looking
them.
up something. Sorry.
Thank you.
Is that where it says Hearst Tools?
Because they're so quiet.
Yeah. And you want me to look at technical equipment?
Mhm.
Yeah. By the time I get there, I forget what I was even looking at. Let's see here.
And then I don't know what red MMX modules for increased trafficking of apartment.
Red, that's their software.
Okay.
So under technical equipment this year, they were looking $7,000 for a 10 by 12 storage shed at Company One. A Hearst spreader for $18,000. A Hearst cutter package for $16,300. A fire extinguisher prop for $13,000. And the red NMX modules is their software. That's $5,000. And rescue rope equipment for $1,200. Those were the items they were requesting under technical equipment.
Thank you.
Council Page.
Thanks. Mayor, just going back up to equipment maintenance, it looks like we went from 4,000 to 13,000 and we're at 13. And then with motor vehicle maintenance from 9,000 to 12 to 17. Consultants, 23 to 33 to 35. I know it's trends.
I can tell you what they're asking for under technical equipment. I'm sorry, not to go, what was equipment maintenance you were looking
Yeah.
at? Sorry.
Please,
Just go
thanks.
back to equipment maintenance. I can tell you in motor vehicle, it depends on what they want to do that year. Like one year they had to rust proof the bottom of their vehicles. Stuff like that, will make it go differently. Okay. Okay. Okay, their pager maintenance, they're asking for under equipment maintenance for $2,500. I do know they got a whole new set of pagers within the last year or two. 1,200 for an offsite radio contract maintenance. General maintenance, they just have down for 8,500 for equipment. They don't have anything specified on what they were looking for. And radiation detector service, the hazmat division. They
The
were looking
pagers,
for.
you mean like pagers, like the old style pagers,
I believe so, yes.
as opposed to using cell phones that people use?
Correct.
Okay.
And identification maker services is a personnel division. And that was under there too for equipment maintenance for 750.
And then the technical equipment, I assume the town manager feels that, because I know nothing about firefighting and I want everybody safe, so don't misquote me here, but I assume the Hearst equipment and all the other things that were mentioned were deemed vital and needed.
Correct. I could talk a little bit more about this in one of their upcoming divisions, but this is one of the departments we met with a couple times too. They had both one of the larger budgets and one of the larger budget increase requests, and they really delved into what their priorities are and what their equipment is and everything. So I'm confident in what they're requesting.
Okay.
Mr. Bedrejko.
Yeah, Janet, can you list out what's included in other materials? Because from the description, it looks like we're paying $7,000 for a picnic.
Okay, here's other materials.
Other material.
Additional cost of awards and itinerary. Okay, shit.
You said that was about two of those.
Other materials. Sorry, I'm going into that right now. They have down 2,000 as food for firefighters. Air pack mask parts for repairs for 4,000. Appreciation program, they do that dinner every year for 10,000. Recruitment retention ads, this is once again personnel for 8,000
Sorry, Janet, you said 10,000 for the dinner?
for the awards program that they
Awards dinner,
do,
their benefit.
correct.
Thank you.
And the department picnic is for 3,000. That's something new they added this year.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the questions I was going to ask have been asked. The uniform rental and cleaning, I remember when we toured, we were shown those cleaning apparatuses that they have, those machines. Is that what the maintenance is there, or that's going to an additional contract?
This is for them, their actual dress uniforms,
Not
not the ones,
That's
not the
equivalent.
equipment they put on to go into fire.
Take my hand down. That was my question.
The other question I had around motor vehicle maintenance, they said that there were additional needs beyond the repairs for the SCBA bottle storage. What were those additional needs?
Just take a look. Let me just see here what they have under vehicle. Yes. They did not give any other description besides the 17,000. The usual repairs and maintenance that they need do go through the highway department's mechanic. But I'm not sure, to be honest, but I can ask what they're typically assuming is other things that they'll need up over and above that.
Thank you.
Move 233.
233 is fire prevention. This is a very small line item. It's indicating a 47% increase, but it's a $1,500. This is mostly for materials used for public outreach and technical supplies for schools, things like the posters and school resource items and the cute little plastic helmets they give the kids. And it's just an increase in the expected expense for those materials.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I know when we were discussing these, the ARPA funds, the one thing that they had initially requested was this bus RV style thing
Trailer.
for prevention trailer. And I don't see that here. Is that included elsewhere and I missed it, or
That
did
would
they just
be an
not?
operational budget. That would
Okay.
be a CIP item
I see.
if they're
Okay.
requesting it.
Thank you.
Next is code 234, that's fire training. This is again a very small line item. It is for fire academy classes, and it reflects an increase of about 2.4% or about $1,300. Next is code 235, fire stations. These are some maintenance items, again, a relatively small line item. It changes from year to year based on their needs. One of the things that I believe, Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, are included in this year's would be to replace the doors at the Chapman Street fire station. You toured.
Yes.
$38.
Code 238 is fire marshal. I just need to catch up. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong. This is a 1% increase. I'm sorry here, just some decreases to technical supplies. Janet, I'm sorry, I don't have this. I thought I had this note in front of me and I don't.
Yes, for the technical supplies, there's certain things that the fire marshal purchases per year that he'll need, such as I believe he was looking for cameras at one point. He got those, some other items. So you're going to see he reduced that this coming year, along with uniform and clothing. So he's been purchasing them this year and the prior year. So it's nothing that he has to replace them that often. He managed to get the turnout suits, the ones you actually go into fires with. He actually ended up getting extra from the fire department. So he didn't need to request to replace those here. So that's a reduction he also had for uniform and clothing.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So in technical equipment, they mentioned that's for the purchase of 3 body cams. And I know that your town manager proposed allocation was less. Does that still account for 3 body cams at that $3,500 number? Or is it
I
fewer?
believe
Yes, it
did.
does.
It does, okay. Thank you.
$240.
240 is fire safety officer. This includes a contractual increase for hose testing, which they were going to contract out to test the fire hoses at each police station, which it has to be done annually. This is one of the things that I met and asked for some priorities, and this is one of the things that I identified that could be reduced, because fire hose testing, while it would be nice to have a contractor come out and do it, it can be done by folks who are certified as firefighter 2 level. So they're able to do it, so they can go over a weekend and maybe give them a small stipend to go from department to department and roll out the hoses and inspect them. So this was identified as one of the items that they could possibly reduce.
Mr. Page.
Thanks. How does, I know, again, I don't know anything about this, but how does the cost for that go from 15.4 to 33.7 in 2 years?
The last year's revised budget was 20,007. They requested 53.7. Part of that was the new initiative for the contracted fire hose testing.
Okay.
Which again.
I think it was pump testing.
Pump
too.
testing. Pump
Okay.
testing.
Again,
Hose
it
and
seems like
pump.
a huge
Every other
jump.
year or?
It's annual,
Annual.
but this is the first time they've asked to have it contracted out, to my understanding.
Okay, yeah, and then I just want to say, just as an aside, I think we all recognize not only the quality and bravery of our firefighters, and the fact that because we have a volunteer force, they save us tens of millions of dollars, but we still have a fiduciary responsibility to look at these items. You know, so we certainly appreciate all of that. But yeah, okay, thank you.
Counselor Tenakis.
Yeah, you might not know this, the answer, but, do you know why they want to contract out this year?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I will say, however, that in meeting with them, when you meet with them to talk about their budget, you get a room full. You get all the various chiefs and deputy chiefs, and the Board of Fire Commissioners, the commissioners, the fire marshal, and they were a very cooperative group. They were willing to and open to listening, and were able to identify these lower priority items. I'm not really sure why they asked for it in the first place, but they said, okay, it's something we can look at for another time.
242.
Next, this is the cost of the regional fire training tower. It's split between us and some other towns, Berlin and Weathersfield. It's a flat $1,500. Very easy.
That's just our portion that we
Yep.
put into the account to do maintenance on that tower. And the other towns give us their amount and we deposit it there.
Next is street lighting, which falls under public safety. And the increase, it's a 1.67% increase due to anticipated electricity utility increases. Code 260 is emergency management. This is a 4.45% increase. That is mostly due to uniform and clothing needs, and there's also a need for some more training in that regard. So it's conferences, meeting, training for topics such as hoarding response, which is a significant issue in town, CPR, and other things. So it's, again, a relatively small line item. They're just asking for a $1,600 increase to address those items.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that, conferences, meetings and training, for hoarding response, obviously we just had someone from Central Connecticut Health District and talk a little bit about some of the work they do around hoarding. Knowing nothing about this myself, do they also look out for opportunities to regionalize that effort with folks like the health district and others so that they don't have to do that in-house for hoarding response? As an example.
I'll get on my hoarding soapbox for a moment. I'm on the Town Safe Homes Committee, which addresses hoarding cases, and hoarding is a very, very difficult thing to respond to for many, many reasons. It's typically a multi-department response, so there's no cut and dry solution to any hoarding. It often involves the health district and multiple town departments. It can include the building department. It can include it often includes human services. It can include the police department or fire department if they have issues with egress. So because there is no standard response to hoarding, each town does it a little bit differently. That's something that's a little more difficult to regionalize, but there was a couple of years back a state commission work group on hoarding that was put in place, and there were and still are some conferences and trainings related to that's open to anybody in the state. We also, a couple of years back, when we created our hoarding response process, took some time to go around to other area towns to kind of try to train them how to do it and the best practices for that and get them on board. So there are some efforts among the towns to kind of collaborate and share, but the actual hoarding responses themselves are so individual that every single one is different.
Thank you so much for that.
270.
270 is emergency medical services of the town. This is a decrease of about 3.57% or $3,000, and I believe that is I believe it's for the stipends to trend, correct?
It's the stipends, and we brought it down to kind of reflect what we were actually, what we expect to pay based on the number of volunteers that they had.
Counselor Floyd.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hand is still up. Thank you.
280.
280 is hydrants. This is just an increase due to increased expected MDC rate charges. And also some of them are on the New Britain water on that side of town. And so some increases there. It's a 3.07% increase. It's about $3,600.
MDC will regularly raise the maintenance cost for hydrants, and we plan on continuing to do that $5 per hydrant, 3 years.
All right. Public safety, and we move on to public works.
The first code under Public Works is 310 engineering. Have to flip a few pages to get into that. This is one of the departments that did have a larger budget increase, although their budget is extremely straightforward. It's mostly salaries. In this case, as we've discussed in past meetings, it's a department of one right now, our town engineer. And there's a vacant position for the assistant town engineer, which we are, working on filling. But they are also requesting, just due to the workload, reinstatement of a position that had previously been removed. It removed is an engineering technologist position, to bring them up to the staff from a staff of 1 to a staff of 3. So that is the request. The town engineer and the assistant town engineer are existing positions. One is filled and one is currently vacant.
Thanks, Mayor. What are some of the things that we haven't been able to do as a town because of this one-man or one-person band?
They have a backlog, and I can't really give you specifics, but I will tell you, when we talk about CIP, on that Saturday meeting, we will have Chris Zibito, the town engineer there, and he could probably explain all that to you, because some of that does relate to CIP as well. Some of the reductions that we made were because he said, look, I have enough work to do for the next year. I don't need this much money. So that's something that he could probably answer for you in great detail.
It just seems to me intuitively like we would need to support more staffing.
So when Eric, who is now in planning and zoning, who handles all the blight issues, when he moved over from his position as that tech and engineering, he took some of the duties with him because they weren't replacing him under that old position. And that was like 3 years ago. So now that he's trying to cover more under planning and zoning, it's tough for him too. So this would allow, I think, more support for the engineering along with those duties that he took with him to go back under engineering where they originally were.
Counselor Mankin.
Yeah, I just would point out to some of the backlog is because there was a vacancy in that department for a while. That's right. Yeah, that caused some of the backlog. Yep.
Yeah, when Gary left, it was about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, there's nothing going on. It was during the season the construction season, when things would be getting done.
Right.
So in the upcoming year, they'll be catching up on that backlog, but some of the reductions that they asked for CIP kind of anticipate that there will be a person in that position. So he's not planning on continuing on being a one-man show
Yeah, right.
for the next year.
Counselor Floyd.
I'm sorry. Other contractual services, I know it lists here for stormwater testing. What else is included in that item?
Engineering. That was other contractual, correct?
That's correct.
MS4 permit reporting,
I'm sorry.
MS4 permit reporting.
Okay.
That's in there for $3,000. That's something we definitely, we've gotten rid of, or we've got to start catching up on meeting the state's requirements for that. And the other was the stormwater sampling and state submittal.
It's just those two then?
Yep, that's the two things in there.
If not to belabor it, but how does something like that, how is that ever a zero then? There's state requirements to do that kind of thing.
We had some of it under CIP and they hadn't really been enforcing it.
Okay.
So, and all of a sudden they're starting to now crack down on it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to highway, 321.
Next is highway, that is, next is code 321. Highway is also divided up into several divisions. The first of which being highway administration, their 2.8% increase of $6,200 is pretty much solely due to salaries. No other changes to their operating.
Just one question.
Yes, Council Boyd.
Thank you.
Nice and loud, Council Courts.
Oh, thank you. Will do. I'm just noticing here the unfunded assistant highway superintendent. Has there been additional discussions, I guess, with the department as to what that role has meant for the department? Does it remain unfunded just because they didn't want to ask for it, or do they think it's unnecessary at this point for the time being?
At the time that they decided to, that was Rob Hillman's original position before he got promoted.
I see.
And a lot of that had to do with organizing and scheduling the bulky waste.
Okay.
Now that was one of his duties, along with many other. That is a discussion I don't know that's been brought up to me. I don't know if it's to Rob, but they're making do with what they have right now. And Rob doesn't complain, so.
He has not requested.
He
the
hasn't
reinstatement of that
requested
position to
anything,
me.
so.
Thank you.
Council Page.
And that, thanks, Mayor. And that may be something I'd like to, not maybe, it is something I'd like to revisit and invite us to talk about. And not only just in general, as Councilor Fluid pointed out, the potential impacts of not funding that, but also at some point we'll ask you to run the numbers on some modified version of bulky waste pickup.
I
at some
believe
point.
Rob gave some information. I didn't
I can
print it
get
out.
that to you. I unfortunately don't have it right in
Right,
front of me
not
here,
tonight.
but I
Yeah,
will
yeah,
forward it to you.
Yeah.
Just
He
so we
did
can
email
look at
us
our-
on that.
He did
Rob
send
was-
an email.
Rob was on top of that.
Just so
Well,
we can look
hold
at the
on, let me see.
options and what might be a modified version of that and what are the consequences, both intended and
And I think he
unintended.
had some data for you regarding what we're actually seeing at the roadside and what we used to see at the roadside and
Okay.
how it's being
Okay.
handled.
That's
Okay,
helpful.
it's
Thank you.
another time, it's late.
Yeah, I'm
but-
sorry, I don't have good service here anyway.
Thank
Yeah,
you. so much.
yeah.
We'll get
Mine's
it to you.
taking forever.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Let's see. Next.
322.
322 is highway operations. This is a 3.53% increase, about $48,000. Again, a lot of it is due to salaries, but in this case, there is a bump in seasonal. Part of that is sort of the leaf collectors, the leaf makers during that 6-ish week season. That's been a bit of a tough sell to get folks to come do that. So we wanted to bump up the rate to see if we can get them. It's difficult because it's temporary, it's early in the morning. At one time, when I was previously in the town manager's office, we'd get like 100 people looking for it. And now we have to really kind of go out and look to get people. So that's just a minor increase to hopefully help with that.
And is that because, not to belabor this point, but when we look at actual 22, 23, it was $2,400, and now we're looking at the proposal of $19,000. Is that because the rate per hour has increased so much?
No, that was the actual. We couldn't get anybody to do it.
Yeah.
That's why we only spent.
Okay, it's just, you know what I'm saying, just like, holy moly, what an explosion of
No,
cost.
absolutely.
There were years where they were only able to get, 2 people.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't want to touch leaf pickers. We love our leaf pickers. Right. We're not
Just so
gonna
you
touch
know, for the salaries also, that 44,752, if you remember the budget, mid-year budget transfer
Yep.
that are requested, that's not included in the revised number.
Okay,
So that's why it looks like a kind of larger increase
Okay.
because their increases, because ASME didn't settle their contract, the old budget. That's
Okay.
why they're not in there.
thank you.
Councilor Nagel.
This is, as Councilor Page may have pointed out, I wasn't quite certain what he said. This is what many residents of the town, an overwhelming majority, claim this is the thing they want to have maintained. And if it takes providing a bump in salary, if indeed that will get the people to do the job done as effectively and as much as the people of this town appreciate, it's probably one area that we should protect, even though there's more of a challenge and as opposed to other areas. So I defend this one thing, if nothing else. Won't be the only thing.
Councilor Chiniakis.
I like the leaf pickup too.
For the record.
But can you explain to me the process of like how we find these people? Cause it sounds weird to me that we like struggle to find someone to do a job when we have like a whole department of people who work in that area.
This is, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
This
go
is
ahead.
above, this is additional seasonal staff. So the regular staff does fill in, but they have their regular jobs to do throughout the day. So again, it's a challenge because it's seasonal and you can't quite identify when it's going to start and when it's going to end each year because it depends on the weather. And it's, a lower paying position. So, you might have a job for about 6 weeks or so, or you might have a job for 4 weeks, or it might start on Halloween, it might start earlier. So it's kind of a moving target. Oftentimes we have like college students who end up applying to do it, who are local, that type of deal. So it's a seasonal job. It's kind of difficult to nail down.
And I think this seasonal though is the summer, because
Oh, the
there's another
summer.
department, this is. the
I'm sorry,
summer
I'm
one,
looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, because there's another department for leave
Gotcha.
pickup.
Okay.
But kids are home in the summer. And I don't know. It's not glamorous to go out and work with the highway guys, I guess. But yeah, it's tough to get them in there.
324.
324, snow and ice control. This is one of the items that I highlighted in the budget public hearing as an example of a contractual increase that's out of our control. And that's the $11,000 increase under construction and maintenance materials. That is salt for the street. It's the CROG bid. So that it contributes to the 4.72% increase, or about $17,000. I would not recommend decreasing expected usage because that will guarantee blizzard after blizzard this winter. So that's something that in that case, that is what it is.
And I know we've had the question before, how much does he have in storage? And we already asked.
Yeah. And the answer was what?
Not much.
Not very little.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, one of the ARPA allocations was for a system to, and I may be wrong, I may have just dreamt this, but a system to regulate the deployment of salt so that, we're utilizing less.
Spreaders.
Yeah, the spreaders to be more efficient. Obviously, like you said, that's a CROG number. And so it's not something that you would recommend we decrease, but how does that kind of factor in here to the amount of salt that we would have purchased?
We'll have to
Otherwise.
see how they work out of that. I mean, and each storm is a little bit different too, in the way that they spread salt and utilize salt, whether it's icy first and it rains later, or vice versa.
In
So
ordering,
we'll have to keep an eye on it.
some of this equipment can take an awful long time for it to actually come in. So
Yeah.
hopefully
true,
it's
too.
here before our storms start and we don't have any action.
And then just, if I could just ask about the technical supplies, what's included in technical supplies?
I think the technical supplies, to be honest, I think it's like shovels and stuff, but I'll look
Okay.
if I remember right, but I know.
Yeah, if you could find that out, that'd be wonderful. Because I have a pretty beat up shovel and I don't think it's worth $5,000, but we can figure.
Well, they're buying them for the whole crew and other
Probably,
stuff.
but-
So plow blades, curb guards, tire chains, etc. So that would be the technical supplies under that one.
Thank you.
327.
327. Vehicles and equipment. This is a 2.03% increase of about $17,000. This is one of the areas where I worked with Rob Hillman, and he was extremely helpful and really kind of honing in on, you do see some increases there, but he was helpful on honing in on ways to be more efficient and bring this down a little bit from where it was.
Just in the scheme of things, it's not a lot, but the technical supplies for software for the Ford vehicles, is that to run like plow equipment, or is that, do we know? In other words, I think of a Ford truck as a self-contained unit, but I didn't know if it's because they add accessories or equipment.
I believe, I can't remember, but let me just take a look. I believe they were looking for, I don't know if they were putting trackers on the vehicles at one point. I think they were also putting some kind of equipment on the sides to let them warn
Oh, good.
some kind of lasers
Sure.
on the side.
to be wary of curbs, but I can take a quick
Which is
look.
good. We don't want to take out curbs or
No,
cars
we
or
don't
anything.
want to take out anything.
Okay,
So let me just take a quick peek.
yeah, it was just
And that was supplies you wanted to see, correct?
technical supplies, 8302. I'm just curious. And again, I'm a broken record too, but the actual in 22-23 was 11-1, 11-2.
And that's why I know they
And now
did,
it's
I
21.
do believe they added, that's why I was thinking it might be the trackers. They added stuff like that to the vehicles. That's just shop manuals. That was nothing big.
Right. Shocking how things go up.
Line repair subscription. Late, fleet management software updates, that's 1,300. Fuel master, fuel management software, 670. Diagnostic software updates, 1,520.
Right.
For diagnostic software, so sometimes you need them for each type of vehicle,
Yep.
800. Fueling facility yearly maintenance, 700. So, Snap-on Tool Pro Life Scanner software, 2,000. These are mostly GPS vehicle tracking system. This is new. There are 14 of them. I don't know if they started doing it last year. I can't remember, but that is $5,040 for 14 of them.
Thank you. And then my last question, because I know we're almost done, is the motor fuel and lubricants. How does it go from 328 in 22? Now we're up to 457. Is that because we have that many more vehicles? So therefore we have that much 120,000 or 30,000 more in fuel and lubricant costs?
I believe fuel is under contract.
That's just a ton of money increase
That
in
is
2
a
years.
contract, so it's,
The price of
it's-
fuel goes up.
Price gone up.
price has gone up. We're just doing, we, when it started to climb, we're under a really good contract, and
Right,
I
remember
know
that we
it's been
were-
renewed and
Because wow, it's like
Yeah.
120 grand.
It is.
for-
so I believe he's using the same, I don't think the mileage is changing that much since estimate, it's just the cost.
But we thankfully anticipate it remaining flat for this year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we do lock in with a rate that CROG gets for us, so we are doing our due diligence. trying
Oh,
to control
I
our
believe
costs.
it. It's just shocking.
328 leaf collection.
So this is where I misspoke before on my speech about how it's difficult to get seasonal leaf collectors, but the information is the same. It's an 8.35% increase, about $5,500. So small line item, but we do need to help find those folks to help us out.
I'm a fan of the leaf collection too.
Whoa.
So you're. Reminder, Tim Mackey.
I was gonna say.
I compost.
There you go. All right, so highway's done.
Now we're to solid waste.
Services,
351.
351.
This is a 7.89% increase in solid waste contractual services. It's about $66,000 more than last year. It is due to those contractual increases and some new housing developments.
$352.
This is disposal, and it is a 4.3% increase, about $55,000. That is mostly due, again, to contractual services due to bids increases. We do coordinate the bids for trash and recycling with multiple towns.
We just went out to bid a couple of years ago, right?
Yep.
For the trash. I thought
Correct.
we have a new trash, yeah.
Yeah, nobody wanted to take our trash, remember?
Yeah, I remember we didn't get a lot of people bidding on our trash. And we have nice trash.
It's lovely trash.
That's in the state.
353.
Recycling, same story. There is an increase to this. It's a 13% increase. It's about $58,000. It is due to an increase in contractual services for collection cost increases and new housing developments.
It's not even 11. I think we could keep going.
We have more.
So moving on to community planning and development.
Can I just ask about this recycling and,
Sure. Yep.
let's say, for example, I think, Councilor Ford talked about the the nip bottles or something and the revenue. Does that revenue, can it go towards operational or does it have to be a new service or a new
Some kind of
purchase?
specific to cleaning up the issue of the litter of the nip bottles.
Oh my God.
And I have to report on it, what we spent it on a semi-annual basis.
Because it seems that, the money could fit well into here. Okay, thank you.
And he did kind of relieve it a little by the purchasing some of the recycling bins
Okay,
with the nips.
okay, thank you.
We're on to community planning and development.
Sure, code 420 is planning and development. This is a very straightforward issue. Easy budget, it's about 2.9% increase of $9,000. That is due almost entirely to salary increases with a couple of minor decreases to trend here and there.
That's very soon. Yes. go ahead.
Could you just speak to that temporary assistant building official that was partially funded and then it was taken out? What was that position for?
Official?
Temporary assistant building official?
Are you under?
I'm on
420?
400, actually.
We're in
This is
for,
just the list of.
Oh, you're
personnel.
just looking
oh,
at
oh,
that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, that's fine. I should have clarified.
So they decided to make that a full-time position
Oh, I
instead
see
of
it. So
temporary.
that's why.
So yeah, you'll see that when you get to that one,
Yeah,
that one. We actually have that advertised right now. It's included. in-
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Anything else under 420? We'll move on to 430.
This is the TTC related costs, and there's a part-time employee there. It's a 1.12% increase of about $200 just for the increase in salary. Everything else remains flat.
If I can, if
Yep,
Deputy Mayor?
go ahead.
Under conferences, meetings and training, what is that utilized for? Is that individual commissioners? They can
Yes,
receive
they will
additional
send
training?
individual commissioners to training.
Training, okay,
Yep. And as they get new ones, they like to encourage it more.
great. Thank you.
On to 440.
Zoning Board of Appeals, same idea. It's just an increase to the part-time person who takes the minutes for that commission. It's a 1.9% increase of $32.
Nicholas, go ahead and use that.
450.
450 is the building department. The major change in the salary would be to just what actually we just described, to remove the part-time position, but then increase to a full-time building official, which is currently vacant. So, but when you balance those two out, it's actually a less than 1% increase to the budget of about $2,800.
Or 60.
Conservation Commission 460.
I'm so sorry if I'm,
Oh,
that's my mistake. Just going back to 450 for just a moment. The clothing allowance, is that contractual? As many
No,
of
it's
these
not,
are?
because they're not, well, no, I take that back. There is one ASME employee in here, but
Okay.
that covers both the ASME and the admin employee for such things as hard hats, vest, boots, when they have to go and do inspection.
Thank you.
460 is the Conservation Commission. This is a small line item with a negative decrease of about 11%. And that is due to a budget transfer in the past year, I believe.
Yes.
And then a very small increase in wages.
472.
The Economic Development Commission, again, you have a part-timer who takes the minutes and it's a almost flat minimal increase to last year. That's a $2,500 line item. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Shannon. Thank you so much, Shannon, for that. It was incredibly informative. And we have a ton of
Follow up
information.
questions.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Appreciate it.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Hanging out. And
Oh,
Lauren,
always
and
fun.
Lauren too.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep bringing it up.
And Scott and Susan.
Was it asked about the bonus in a row was.
Just before Janet goes, I don't know what's next. Let's see.
Reappoint town manager.
May I just ask for another time? If we look at the budget starting, say, in 2018, it's about 118 million. And if we look at the most recent budget, it's 138, 139. So can you at some point, and yet if you look at the mill rate, it looks like it's flat or less than what we started with in 2018. If you could give us a sense of where that 20 million came from without increasing the mill rate. I imagine there's a lot of different categories.
You'll see, brand list growth. We have had some. You'll see some years we increase the amount that we used from the, general fund.
Okay,
And you will see that, the state has given us more money since COVID. We've seen that go up too, but I'll put something
Fees have
together. to kind of
changed
give-
too. We've changed fees.
Yeah, we've changed some fees. We're collecting some more of that. But yeah, some of the revenue kind of offset it.
okay. Is it 20 million and no mill rate increase in 7 years? And then the last comment for us to reflect on, if my math is correct, and I hope you'll correct me another time, is that it looks like the average annual increase in the Board of Education budget was about 2 to 2.1% since 2018. If I could just get confirmation of that relative to earlier comments tonight about consumer price index and the rate of inflation over that same period. Because I say 2018 because those were the years that were brought up, I think, by some of our speakers. And out of respect to them, just so we can have a more thorough discussion about the impact of, if I'm correct in understanding, looking at the budget increases as I have on the Board of Ed at around 2 or 2.1%, how any organization can keep pace when the CPI is nearly at times double that. So
And there were certain things, different years, like when COVID hit, there was a large surplus they had at the end of the year.
Yep.
So that kind of played into it and different things it's not just straight increases for the year.
right.
There's a non-lapsing account that they have. There's the credit for the health insurance, which, by the way, you will not see this year. We've been slammed with claims. Stuff like that, so those numbers, while they are true, what you gave, there are different, kind of information behind
I'm
that.
sure, and context is very important. So thanks.
Yep,
Okay.
no problem. You guys have a good night.
Thank you so much.
All right, we move on to agenda item 11F, reappoint acting town manager. This would, I believe the date, when the 90 days is up is something between now and our next meeting, so let's specify. Okay, 16th, okay, so we're almost there. Time flies.
Yeah.
So we do have to waive our rules in order to vote on this item tonight. Counselor Bedrejka, would you mind reading the first resolution?
Resolved that Newington Town Council, in accordance with section 11, voting of the Town Council Rules of Procedure adopted February 22nd, 2022, hereby move to allow action on agenda item 4.A to consider and take action on acting town manager appointment and employment contract.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Bedrejka, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. As we are waiving the rules, I would like to open it up for public participation at this time. If anyone has any questions over Zoom or would like to comment, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing none. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion on this? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Continue reading.
Yeah, if you want to, keep going right ahead.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council establishes the following with regard to its appointment of Jamie Trevathan as acting town manager in accordance with Charter Section C-504B, acting manager effective March 12th, 2024 date for a period not to exceed 90 days. Number one, while serving as acting town manager, Jamie Trevathan shall be authorized to sign and execute any and all documents authorized previously to be executed by the town manager, and shall receive a salary of $5,400 biweekly as of March 12th, 2024, All of Jamie Trevathan's existing benefits will continue, modified as necessary to reflect the change in salary from their position as senior center director. And 3, shall have unrestricted use of a town vehicle. The town shall be responsible for all costs relating to the operation and maintenance of said vehicle. And 4, shall have the right to return to their position of senior center director at the conclusion of the term as acting town manager or upon removal as acting town manager, except in the case of a for-cause removal. And 5, the town shall furnish and provide Jamie Trevathan with insurance protection, including comprehensive, general liability, and errors and omissions coverage applicable to all acts or omissions arising out of their employment as acting town manager. 6, the council reserves the right to remove the acting town manager at any time for cause with 6 affirmative votes.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Draco, seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion on this? Counselor Menke?
My computer died, sorry, I just gave up the ghost. I just want to thank acting town manager for all the work she's done. This is not easy to come into a big operation unless she had an experience before, and then also put the budget together. You know, it's a double-edged sword, and I think you've done a great job on the budget, so I appreciate all your efforts. And thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Counselor Page?
I was just gonna say the same thing. Yeah, no, I just agree. Thank you very much for your leadership and everything you're doing for our town. Top to bottom, you're doing wonderfully. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
I think the budget discussion tonight just showed like, wow, you really hit the ground running.
Thank you. There are a lot of help from the finance department and staff, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think we all feel this, we all feel the same way, Jamie. Thank you, appreciate you,
Thank
we
you so
really
much.
do.
To a motion in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
More condolences.
Yeah.
Depends on the day. Yeah.
Agenda item 11G was tabled till the next meeting. So we're gonna move on to item 12, written and oral communications from the town manager.
Sure. As you are aware, after a comprehensive process, we have offered the Newington Police Department Lieutenant Chris Perry and he's accepted the chief position effective March 25th. Lieutenant Perry has been with the department for 24 years, almost 24 years. It's been his only law enforcement job. He's worked his way up the ranks. He will assume that new role on March 25th. There'll be a swearing-in ceremony here in this room in the council chambers at 1:30 p.m. And I'll invite it to attend. We are chipping away at the vacancies in the police department in terms of the officers. We hired an entry-level police recruit named Dylan Milia. He will begin on Monday. He's an entry-level officer, so he needs to go through the police academy and the field training process, which takes about 9 months or so before he could actually get out on the road. He'll be attending the police academy in New Britain, and then we'll do the field training upon graduation from that. With that, we have 8 vacancies. Fingers crossed, we have things in the works. We're trying to, like I said, chip away and really making it a priority to fill those vacancies, and I'll have some updates soon on that. Not so great news, we had a police dispatcher trainee resign. So we're going to need to repost that position. So now we're down a dispatcher. In non-personnel news, the Parks and Rec Department recently worked with CROG to support a regional grant application to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for the Recreational Trails Program grant, which will seek funding of specialized trail equipment that can be shared among 10 towns. So we'll have to see how that goes. That's good news there. And finally, State of the Town address is this Thursday morning. I don't know how many hours away, not very many, at 8:30 at the Senior and Disabled Center on Thursday, the 14th.
Councilor Draco?
I just want to hop on the thing about, we have 8 vacancies for the police department. I don't know whether any of you have been following in Hartford how the chief of police resigned.
Yeah.
And he actually gave the numbers of how many vacancies they have. They almost have close to 100 vacancies.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, it's not, I know some members of the public have felt that it's, we're not doing what we should be doing here in Newington, but it's a national, it's a state problem, it's a national problem.
From what we're seeing, in terms of both new recruits and certified who are looking to transfer, is that they are being sought after by sometimes several departments at once. They could be in the process for 6, 7, 8 different departments. And it's just a matter of which one they finish first. So we are looking at ways to make it more attractive for both certified and entry-level recruits to come to Newington because the competition is stiff.
All right, we'll move on then to council liaison and committee reports. Counselor Nagel.
I have bullet points here because it's getting late. The senior center met, they had a quorum this month. Very briefly, a program in connection with Central Connecticut State University is going on their Dance for Health program. Contact the senior center if you wish to be a senior and you wish to be part of that. I understand students from Central will be there to facilitate the program. Also this month, there are sign language classes, a series of them. You need to contact the senior center in order to sign up for them. The health district was here today and some of what they said is in terms of working with the senior center is ongoing in terms of vaccine information and so on. There are a continuation of the senior center's tax preparation program on Thursdays. You need to be a senior and you need to qualify for details, contact them for that. And the long-awaited finishing of the building window project supposedly is finally coming to an end for a variety of different reasons. But at any rate, that's the report for that. And also the library. Library met last night. May 19th, 5K race is going on. There's a large sign in front of the library to tell you the details. There are going to be the continuation of workshops with the staff in terms of public relations, and they're re-looking at their policy in terms of behavior, in terms of dealing with the public and how to handle different things that may evoke the public to become, for some reason, very uncooperative. Also, there is an April Passport to Connecticut program going on among libraries. Contact the library about it. It's passport where you go around to various different libraries and you get credit for going to them, and it's helped to support looking at libraries all over the place because they are interconnected in terms of sharing services throughout Connecticut. There are a variety of author virtual talks going on in the month. They're live. You can sign up with the library, so you get to talk with various different authors virtually, but live, and then they're going to be recorded for use for others who may see them at other times, but obviously they can't talk directly with the authors. There are technology programs going on in the library throughout the month that has to do if you have problems with your cell phone, your computer, your whatever, they will help you out with that. A new HVAC exhaust fan is being installed that will help make the place more friendly in terms of health and air. Friends of the Library reported their book sale is going to be the first weekend in May. Obviously, they're looking for donations. The fund committee of the library is looking for how to review their funding practices. Number 8 on my list is the 5K race is considering adding a non-binary category as well as others. It's too late to try to get all the details together to make it an effective one. And so they're actively looking into that to add for next year. So there are no flaws in any of those categories that are going to be added. There's a concert series, the Hanel concert series. The September one is on the 27th of September. A group headed by Lynn and Vinnie Knapp, trio that is trying to, will present a program at that time. They're working on their December one. And they also had a discussion. Some of the questions they had dealt with the process of going to referendum for a possible renovation of the library, whatever you want to call it, and having to do with building committees and whatever has been resolved, or at least there's a clear idea tonight, which I shared that with him, and Councilor Rada, who was there too, also shared that information with them as well. Is there anything else, Councilor Rada, you wish to add? Because I know you attended most of the
Not
meetings.
that I can think of, and I did have to leave to go to another meeting. So you were there
I figured it's
You were
my,
there longer than I was.
well, maybe I'll do the same. So we got each other's back. All right.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Councilor Rodrigo?
Yes, Councilor Plord and I attended a very interesting TPZ meeting, simply by virtue of the time, and you can fill in the details, because, but it was about 30, most of it was 3333 Berlin Turnpike, which they are seeking partial occupancy, and for both the residential and for the retail part. But they're actually expecting, and Councilor Plord was very happy, the opening of a Shake Shack in April.
I did mention.
Yeah, in April, and the other retailers that they have received permits for, but certainly won't be opening quite as soon, but you know, they're doing the preliminary work. Kava, Crumble Cookies, PJs, and Playa Bowls. But in terms of the resident, so that's the retail part, that's, they're seeking partial occupancy on. The residential, there's building one, and they actually are going to start anticipating leasing just part of the building, like 20 to 25 apartments. And then they just kind of want to, because there's so much other construction going on, they don't want like all these people, tenants coming in and looking whatever. So they're going to do phased in construction, but this does sound that, you know, before the beginning of the summer, there'll be activity there. The big issue though is, I think everybody has, because I've seen it on Facebook, there's a traffic light there, but has like canvas over it. The plan with DOT is there's going to be a cut through there so that there's no median between the northbound and southbound, but that cut, it's going to be a while before that cut through gets there. So the traffic light may become operational in June, but there's only going to be at that point from north to south, a right in, and then coming out of the development, a right out. But the secondary egress will be on Payne Road, off of Payne Road, which will probably be used by most of the residents that are, you know, in the 2025. And I know Councilor Plord was taking copious notes, so you probably have more to.
No, you covered a large portion of what I was going to say. I'll just add that they mentioned that the largest portion of the project, the commercial project left to be done, is pavement. And so that's the largest portion that they have left. And, you know, that's ongoing. I think they mentioned at the time that even prior to that meeting that we had now 2 weeks ago, there had been more paving since the application that they had submitted. So that's ongoing, and weather is always a factor there. And they also mentioned that a grocery store, which there have been a lot of discussion about, that's anticipated for Q1 of 2025 to open. It seems that they've struggled a little bit with retention there, but that they do have someone, and that is the anticipated opening date for that. Trying to see anything else there. And one other thing was a very brief discussion about Best Market Plaza and a Lowry Place area. They're under a blight order, and that blight order has resulted in some repairs and tending to some concerns, needs that were identified by staff. And so I did request from Paul if we could review a copy of that blight order, just so we can get a sense of what those needs were and which were tended to and so on. But that, just for folks' awareness, that is something that's on the books and that they've been responsive to. So that's wonderful.
Well, one other thing, at the very end, they're going to look at the marijuana or like the cannabis regulations. And in terms of, distance from residential, houses, just distance from each other. The possibility of, what would be entailed if there was an actual production facility in town, but, also, could there possibly be any, limitations, based on, town population or whatever, on the number of dispensaries we should have in town, whatever. It's very preliminary, but they are gonna start looking at it because there have been comments that, it seems to be proliferating, particularly along the Berlin Turnpike.
And I'll just add, one thing that I found particularly shocking is maybe not the wrong word, I don't want to exaggerate, but I was surprised by it, was that our current zoning permits those production facilities within 100 feet of single-family zoned areas. And obviously, those production facilities, as the town planner affirmed, they're not, and the cultivation facilities, they're not like the retailer in that there's like no smell and, other things. There is often a scent. And so that's within 100 feet. Within our current zoning regulations, that's permitted. So that's part of that review.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yes, I attended the Housing Authority meeting, and they are working on filling some vacancies that they have, working their way through the list. They did install some new lights and cameras, at the Keller Park, in the parking lot area. And they are started talking about some further improvements that they could do to some of the actual units, and they'll talk further about that at the next meeting. That's it.
Deputy Mayor Adam.
Just to say that we had a great tour of Anna Reynolds
Yeah.
last Thursday. Going to the meetings and sitting through the meetings and seeing photographs flashed up on the screen is very different than actually walking the corridors and seeing. So it's very impressive, the work that's being done. Everything's still on target, everything's still on budget. And I think that's about it, other than we have a Board of Fire Commissioners meeting Thursday.
Right.
We will report on that next time.
Councilor Floyd?
I'll just add very briefly, we did do the Reynolds tour. I was very emotional, to be fully honest with you, during that tour. I mean, having not entered that building since graduating Anna Reynolds, it is, despite the major renovations, it is still so alike what it was. And it was just very special, and it was very cool. And I'm a big crier, so that helps too. On top of that, I was just going to mention, it's very, very informal, and maybe this isn't the time in the agenda to bring it up, but I just wanted to mention that Deputy Mayor Rada has convened this very informal and very nebulous, but very productive thus far, discussion around arts and culture in Newington. Councilor Bertrako's there in those meetings as well, as am I, and the mayor, and other stakeholders. And so I just want to mention they've been very, very productive, and we're really excited about the direction of things, and just want to thank Deputy Mayor Rada for her leadership and initiative.
Well, thank you. And we've had a lot of support from State Rep Turco and a town resident who works on the historical aspect of DECD at the state level. And she has agreed to join the group and continue with the group, and has already made a connection with someone else in that commission with me to have further conversations about how we might move forward with a community cultural district. So some exciting things in the works that will continue to share.
Very exciting stuff.
Thank you, Kim, for that.
Thank you.
Councilor Fleur, unfortunately, Councilor Rada and I our elementary schools have been torn down or converted to something. We don't have it.
What was it? What did you guys?
You know, New Meadow and Center.
Oh, sure, they're-
So we don't
No
have- we don't
tours,
have the,
no tours.
They're still standing. We could go
They're still
toward them
standing,
anytime.
yeah,
We
but-
could.
Yeah, we had our own walk down memory lane.
Sure, absolutely.
And also, I might say that, during, not this, but the, arts and culture meeting beforehand, we were trying to think of all the arts, everything that it could encompass. So I think, Councilor Budraco is starting the, Cedar Mountain Cloggers.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
And they're taking applications. Anybody's
Everyone's
in-
welcome to join.
Alright. Moving along to public participation. If there's anybody in the room who'd like to speak in public participation, please come forward. If you'd like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand. Oh, there you go. All right, Ms. Lyons, you're good to go.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. You haven't lost me yet.
I'm sorry,
Close
Bruce.
there for a while.
Turn the volume up there.
We got it now. We got
There you
it.
are.
Okay. Did you, all right. Did you get my name and address? I can't hear what you're saying.
We
Yes,
got
we
you.
did.
Okay, now I can start. All right, I've asked in the past, and I'm going to ask again, that when a town attorney's opinion is requested, can it be part of the record, the question that is asked and the answer that's received? I'm still hung up on this John Wallace project, especially since it's gone to referendum. We're waiting for the money to come in. And I'm hoping that working around the ordinance, as I think you put it, doesn't have any impact on the grant application in any way. I looked at the resolution that was rescinded, and I looked at the new resolution, and there's some wording that's been changed around and such. So I think perhaps tomorrow, rather than take up tonight, more time on it tonight, I'm just going to call either the town manager or the town clerk and see if I can figure out exactly how this all came to be, because the only reason I'm saying it is because I've seen too many times in the past where there's no paper trail as to how we got to where we are right now, and I'd hate to see something blow up because of what was just done tonight. Okay, thank you very much, and I think that's it. Enough is enough for one night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else would like to speak in public participation? Seeing none, moving on to remarks by counselors. Anybody got anything?
I just need a half an hour or so.
Yeah.
Counselor Floyd?
I'll just say very, very briefly, we had a very successful CCSU Newington Day. That happened just after our council meeting, so we didn't get to debrief it, but that was wonderful. And just want to thank the mayor and Councilor Page and Representative Turco and others, many others who contributed to making that a success. It was really a lot of fun, and it's just 5 minutes down the road and you get to have that experience. It was wonderful. So, thank you.
Any other counselors, anything to say? Any remarks? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion carries. We're adjourned at 11:13. Great meeting, everyone.
All right.
I was gonna keep, let anything.
Executive session tonight.
Jeez.
What do you got? You got-
INTs.
I don't know. I see all this is stock up
here.
lately.
No.
So what is it, a magnet?